Yeah, we're still.
Good morning, everyone. We will thank you for joining us both in person and virtually. We will begin today a little bit differently. We are going to open up the public hearing for landmark nominations before we get to the Landmark Commission meeting. So we will call the public hearing to order. Mr. Musson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have two items before us this morning, landmark nominations. And we have landmark staff members that are going to give us a brief presentation before we open up the floor for comments from the public. So Ms. Beam will tell us about Old John Marshall High School building at 15149 Lorraine Avenue in Ward 17.
Good morning, thank you. It's easier to see the TV from here. So this is a, there we go. Restatement of the Old John Marshall High School building, which was recently nominated by this commission. And it is located at 15149 Lorraine Avenue and presented at the request of Ward 17 Councilmember Slife. Building's located at the corner of Lorraine Avenue and West 152nd, although at that time that it began to be constructed, the majority of the land on Lorraine Avenue between West 150th and Triscuit was farmland owned by the Alger family. There's a lot of background on the just development of West Park from a small section of Rockport Township all the way into the village of West Park and then into the city of West Park and then into the neighborhood that we know of in Cleveland. And it began to be developed in 1867 where the first district school number 1 was created for the Rockport Special School District. That eventually became the town hall. There were classes on the second floor and it was not in our current location. It's a little bit further down the street. Now they finally constructed a secondary school that they called Central High School in 1899. This was a 4-room, 2-story masonry structure, built with popular Victorian and Gothic architectural elements. It cost around $8,000 to build, which is a little over $300,000 today. They did not have a set architect for the school district at this time. They hired out local firms for their designs, but the 1899 school plans were announced to be found in the Cleveland office of E.J. Schellentrager, but it's not clear if that architecture firm Century Architectural Company was involved. That firm was well known for the residential construction at that time. So that building is still standing, mostly. It's not easily recognizable due to the various additions. So pictured is the side view of today's building that shows the additions over time. And the remaining elements of that original school building can be seen in that middle section of the current building with clear changes with the addition of more windows and door openings as the needs for the school changed over time. The name of the school also changed from Central High School to Lincoln High School to Rockport Village High School, and then West Park High School. And new additions were added as the population increased, needs of the school increased, and just needed more space. So in 1910, there was a rear addition with a flat roof that was designed by the Cleveland architecture firm Bonnard and Parson. That was added in the same style as the original. They also added new fire escapes to the original building on the sides for emergency access. And the school district began purchasing land behind the school for further expansion. Although at that time there are newspaper articles noting that there are already issues with damp in the basement of that building. Bonnard and Parson architects were well known in Cleveland. They did design a replacement town hall that was where that original school was located in 1910s, although that was demolished in early 2000s. They did design a Cleveland Landmark Fellowship Baptist Church of Christ or Grace Evangelical Lutheran Church over on East 55th. So they are already on our list as an architect. The school expanded again as West Park grew and continued to grow. This new addition was in 1916 in more of a classical architectural style, and it may have also been designed by Bonnard and Parson. It had architectural elements like a bell tower, pedimented entry, dentil mourning in the cornice, and wider rounded arched windows. Around that time, a few years later, a gymnasium was built, and that continued that growth of buildings to the rear of the property, including portable classrooms that took over the athletic field that remained on the property for about a decade, even though they were meant to be very temporary structures. So John Marshall High School was, or it was renamed John Marshall High School when Cleveland annexed the area to fit the naming tradition of Cleveland schools. At that time, they removed the central bell tower to make it look more school-like and not as, not sure exactly what the bell tower, they had a problem with it, but so they took it down and they, also expanded. They continued to expand, adding portable classrooms and hallways and connectors throughout the rear of the property over time, with a lot of complaints, nice letters, and comments in newspapers about how there's no space on that property except the front lawn. So a new school was proposed in 1929, located on West 140th. That became the new John Marshall High School, which was landmarked. It was demolished in 2013 for a new John Marshall campus that was completed in 2015. So the building then started to be referred to as the old John Marshall High School because the building itself closed in 1932. The majority of portable classrooms were removed or demolished over the next decade. There were auctions of those buildings, discussions on what they're going to use that building for. The school district still owned it, and so a lot of questions there. One idea was that the YMCA would purchase the property and use it for their use in the neighborhood. They did use it, not necessarily leased it from the school district, but they were able to use the property, eventually bought it from the Cleveland Board of Education, but they did not renovate that building for their use. Instead, they sold off parts of the property and then eventually sold the entire one for the development of their new building that is just down the street a little bit. So next change, it kind of stayed being used as a storage facility. Leopold Brothers Furniture purchased the property in 1946. It was a furniture store developed in 1859 in the Ohio City neighborhood. They moved further west to have a large building for their storage, and they kept a lot of the original classrooms as staging areas for their furniture to make it a more interesting experience for their customers. And so the building stayed in that same appearance as the school had. Now, as times changed, the back of the property was sold off, parceled off, and turned into residential housing with apartment buildings added on that are still there. And that was about the late 1950s that those were constructed to the rear of the property. And then you've got a new addition that was added in the front around 1961. That coincides with the change of just the culture. They needed more parking, and there's more of an automobile facing culture at that time. And so they added 5,000 square feet with this one-story addition. And eventually, Leopold's Furniture sold that property and closed their Cleveland store because they'd opened a second location in Brecksville, which they still have today. So the site sold in 1985 to Bill Lake Buick. Between 1985 and 2013, it was primarily used for car sales, sometimes affiliated with local car dealerships, sometimes not. And during that time, the main building became boarded, covered with ivy, and essentially left as it was. In 2013, the building sold again, and the front addition was reopened as glass block headquarters. The new owners replaced some of the windows, introduced glass block into many of the original window openings, and began doing updates and maintenance on the property once again. A new door was added to the west side of the building for access on that elevation, along with some awning and signage. As it develops, it was reopened in 2019 as a laundromat and cafe with a small addition added to the east side of that one-story addition to add accessibility to the storefront. The rear of the building has been used for a variety of things and redone for like events, offices, short-term rentals, and building and site improvements have been made over the past decade, and many of the window openings have new windows that have been installed. Minimal changes to the historic school footprint, just window and door installations into the existing openings. So the old John Marshall High School building has been nominated under the criteria that it exemplifies the heritage of Cleveland and West Park in particular, and the location and building represent a familiar and long-standing feature of the neighborhood. School additions are representative of typical institutional architecture at the time, and its most recent large addition was constructed in the early 1960s and representative of a shift from to a more car-focused architecture, and adaptations to the building have evolved over time as the owners have changed. It'd be great to see how the interior's changed and developed, if there's still elements of that wide-ranging history hidden inside. So this building is particularly significant as one of the last remaining municipal or educational buildings that predates annexation and predates the city of West Park. The original school building is still present under the later additions. It was built when the area was just Rockport Hamlet. The development of the growth of the school building is a study in growth and development of this corner of Cleveland that we know of as the West Park Cam's Corners neighborhood. The symmetry of the building and documentation showing the original or earlier appearances of the building. It could possibly be restored in the future, or can continue to develop as the needs of the community change, and over the next 126 years, see how that develops. Designating the building as a Cleveland landmark will solidify and preserve the wide-ranging history of that building that has continued to provide resources to the neighborhood, first as a school and on to a home for local businesses to adapt and grow. The building is already located in a city planning design review district, and so landmarking would shift that purview to the Landmarks Commission process, but it would still require design review either way, as it does currently. And yeah, happy to answer any questions. I will go back to my seat.
Any questions from the commission before we open the floor to the public? No? All right, then we will open the floor to the public for any proponents of the project. Yes, you may approach it if you.
Or against.
For. Oh,
1 second.
then, right, anyone who's for the nomination. And we'd ask you to state your name and address.
Yes.
Name and address,
Spell your last
and spell your last name for our records. And if you just hit the little button so that you're green, thank you.
Okay, my name is Ross Bassett. My address is 186 Greenwood Way in North Olmsted. But last name is spelled Bassett. Even though I'm in North Olmsted, I've been very involved in the West Park community ever since graduating from John Marshall. I am the current one of the founders of the West Park Historical Society. I am their current historian. I'm very active with that organization, and before that I was active with the John Marshall Alumni Association. So if I can speak a little bit about this building, the first thing I would say is that kudos to the people that saved this building. The current owners, we looked at this building as a possible site for our organization. And the southwest corner, there were so many bricks gone, the rain was going right into the building. We did not think this building would survive without some major intervention, and that intervention came along and the building was saved. So I applaud them for saving this wonderful old structure. A little bit about the structure. I have been all through it. I've been up in the attic where the dormers still exist. I've been down in the basement. I was in there when there were still classrooms and chalkboards. I gave tours of this building to several alumni from John Marshall. We opened up, when it was Lake Buick, we opened up the roof, and there was the John Marshall High School sign, which a lot of people have not seen for many years, but we saw it and it was pretty impressive. The building itself, Amelia Earhart spoke there in the 1930s, actually late 20s. It had over 1,000 students in 1932 before the new school opened. It was packed as packed could be. It's a wonderful old building. There's very few buildings in the West Park community that have this status. But whether it gets it or not, I do appreciate the way it's been saved and I'll entertain any questions.
I don't think we have any questions for you, but we appreciate that. We'll move on to our next.
Thank you, Councilman Slife, SLIFE, 601 Lakeside Avenue. It's hard to follow up Ross. He's sort of a trove of West Park historical knowledge. But as he mentioned, it's kind of come to my attention that just generally the area of town that I represent hasn't gone through much effort to designate its historic landmarks and to appreciate its architecture and to make use of this designation, the ability to that it opens up for historic tax credits and things like that. And to that end, and I'll probably have to leave before we're able to speak on the next one, but we're working collaboratively to identify throughout the neighborhood buildings that we know are historic, but maybe the rest of the city doesn't know that are historic. I think what's interesting about this location is like really seeing the older pictures and appreciating the building that a lot of people are just driving down Lorraine. You don't even notice, you're focused. And a lot of people are surprised to learn that this was the original John Marshall. There's the old John Marshall. This is the oldest John Marshall, I guess now. There's the old John Marshall and the current John Marshall. So I believe that this designation will help the community identify itself with its own history and is hopefully the beginning of us more methodically understanding how we can kind of tell the story of the history of West Park. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents for the nomination? Right, then we will ask for any opponents or against the nomination. Please come forward. Has it been submitted to staff?
No.
No?
If you want to, you can read it.
I can read it. Okay. My name's Christina Kowalski. I'm representing the owner, Sophia Fernandez and Fernandez Property Group. I'd like to first start off before I read this.
Can you also, did you need her to state her address?
Yes, yeah, can we get you?
My personal address.
Yeah, or the business you're representing.
The business representing is Fernandez Property Group, 15149 Lorraine Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio. Before I read the letter, I just want to point out that when Jessica first spoke, one of the first couple sentences she said is the building is unrecognizable when you drive by it. That's because of the multitude of changes that have happened. The reason people are driving past it and not noticing it and recognizing it as the original John Marshall High School is because of the changes over the years. It's not recognizable. It doesn't stand today as it did in those pictures. And there's a reason for that, because over the years, there have been multiple additions and businesses that have taken ownership of that property and have greatly altered the appearance of it. Now I'll read the letter from Ms. Fernandez. I'm writing to express my firm and unequivocal opposition to the proposed designation of my property located at 15149 Lorraine Avenue as a historical landmark. When I purchased the building, it had been abandoned for over 30 years, neglected, crumbling, and no apparent interest from the city, the West Park Community Council, or any board members. No one stepped up to revitalize it. I did. Since taking ownership, I invested significant time, energy, and resources to restore and maintain this property. I have worked closely with the West Park Development, rebuilt major portions of the structure, half of which had collapsed, and brought the building back to life. Today, I operate multiple businesses out of it, and it serves as an active, contributing property in the neighborhood with not some museum piece frozen in time. Furthermore, when the city approved the construction of the Leopold furniture in the front of the building in the original schoolhouse, the historical character of John Marshall High School was essentially erased. That decision permanently altered the structure's identity. What remains today is a modern glass laundromat with basic brick structure behind it. It bears no resemblance to the original architecture or the historic value that the community or the board members are now suddenly trying to preserve. That ship has long sailed. Let me be clear. I have no intention or desire to own a historical landmark property. If I were interested in taking on the burdens that come with such a designation, there are plenty of eligible buildings in the city of Cleveland. That was never my intention, nor should it be imposed on me now. If the city continues to pursue this course, I will have no choice but to relocate my businesses elsewhere and list the property for sale. I am not interested in the legal, financial, or operational constraints that the historical designation brings, and I'm not willing to accept them retroactively. There are many other buildings in the city of Cleveland that would benefit from this city's historical preservation efforts. I urge you to focus your attention where they actually are wanted and warranted. I respectfully ask that you strongly consider this letter and withdraw your proposed designation.
Thank you.
I do have Ms. Fernandez on the phone and she would like an opportunity to speak. Is that allowed?
Yes, if she can state her address or it's the same.
Is
Okay,
it, she utilizing her business address the same as yours?
correct.
Okay. Yes, please go ahead.
Go ahead and state your name.
Sophia Fernandez.
Okay, you can speak. Go ahead.
Oh, can you read my letter on my behalf, please?
Yes, I already have.
Okay, I wasn't part of the conversation, so I don't know where we're at.
I just read the letter, that's all.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have any feedback based on the letter, but I don't know, I guess if you could tell me where your stance is on this building.
I think we need to conclude hearing the public's feedback and then we'll move on to our feedback. So is there any other, before we get to our aspects, are there anything else you'd like to state for this besides the letter and the statements you've already made?
So is the next step in the process that a decision is made behind closed doors and then announced, or is it up for debate beyond today's meeting?
First, we want to hear from the public and then we will, once the public is complete, the discussion will then, we'll move to the discussion of the commission on the application.
The public speaks when?
Right now.
At another meeting?
No,
So
this is
right
it.
now, this is the public hearing that people who are proponents or opponents or for and against the nomination are speaking. We just went through the two people that were here present that are in support of the nomination. We are hearing from yourself that is against the nomination. So we do need to see if there's anybody else here. Then we will move on to the commission's discussion.
And there's no action taken on these today. After the commission discusses, we'll close the public hearing, move on to our regular meeting, and then at our next regularly scheduled meeting, that's when action would be taken as to whether the commission wants to continue the nomination or essentially abandon it at that point based on the comments they heard today.
And once that,
Yeah, I wish I was present to hear there because I'm just kind of curious why these two individuals didn't step up and take this building on at their project when it was abandoned for 30 years. It's very convenient to put the burden financially on someone else and just wish someone else does something because they'd like it to happen. That's a lovely thing. I'm going to do that too. I'm going to find a property that I wish it looks like a certain way and then say, hey, let's nominate it to look a certain way and you bear the whole financial cost. Everybody's so interested in this building and loves this building. Nobody even cleaned up trash around this building for 30 years. No one came out and cut the grass around this building for 30 years, but yet everyone loves this building. I don't understand how you love it and then you've abandoned it yourself for 30 years and you've lived in the community. I wasn't even from the community and I came in and fixed it up and turned it into a viable business. There's a million buildings empty. I'm going to be very clear. I will walk away from this building. It will look like across the street because I am not going to financially take the burden on for a landmark building. I'm just not. I am not financially in the position to do so. I'm not in the position to invest the time to do so.
And we appreciate your
building-
dedication
that
to the
building.
building.
The laundromat in front of it doesn't look like a landmark business.
And
It
we,
looks like the car dealership across the street. And unfortunately, I am out of town. I was going to present photos. This building looks nothing like the building that you guys are trying to preserve.
they were already presented and
right.
it's very clearly no longer resembles the original schoolhouse.
So I'm sure there's millions of buildings that our houses are built on that one time. Yeah, so I guess I wish I was part of it in the beginning, but yeah, I guess that's my only thing is that that's my I'm gonna walk away. I'll put it up for sale and I'll move my business to another city.
Well, we appreciate you joining us, even if it's virtually, to tell us your position. When we appreciate your dedication to the area and to the property, because you have obviously improved the property. And, you know, we appreciate that. Any other comments that you would like to make before we move on to our discussion?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you
You just keep
for
me on.
presenting. We will then move on to discussion of the commission, or no, just the next presentation?
Just the next presentation. We're just hearing from the public today.
Okay, so we're actually not going to have discussion on the property or the case here. That will occur, as Mr. Musson mentioned, at our next meeting. And that is a public meeting also, that you can, you know, follow up offline, you know, with the staff to make sure you know the date and the time. Okay? All right, thank you. We will then move on to our next applicant, or our next case that we'll hear. Or nomination, it's not a case, sorry. Used to saying it's case. Our next nomination.
Madam Chair, for the record, this is the Cam's Corners Bank Building, formerly Cleveland Trust Company, West Park Branch at 17138 Lorraine Avenue, also in Ward 17. Mr. Brenges is here to tell us a bit about it.
All right, thank you. Bit of a lag here. Okay. The building is located at the northeast corner of Lorraine Avenue and Rocky River Drive at Cam's Corners. The Cleveland Trust Company had its origins as a planned safety deposit box company in 1893. 1894, state laws were modified, allowing for trust companies to also conduct safety deposit and banking business so long as they kept those activities separate. It was with these rules in place that the Cleveland Trust Company was formed. Taking residence in the newly built Garfield building, the bank officially opened in September 1895. After a merger with the Western Reserve Trust Company, the main banking room moved down the street to the corner of Euclid Avenue at Public Square in the Williamson Building. The acquisition of the Windermere Savings Bank also at this time became the first of many as they looked to expand to have a bank in every neighborhood. Their new office opened at Euclid and East 9th Street on January 1st, 1908. Additional smaller banks were acquired, and by mid-1920, there are 23 branches. Cam's Corners was named after Otto Kamm, a Swiss immigrant who arrived in the area in 1875. He was eventually made the local postmaster, operating out of his store, which would lead to the naming of this intersection. Rockport Village was still a small countryside community at the turn of the 20th century. But as the neighborhood grew, and the now named West Park, it was annexed by the city of Cleveland in 1923. The West Park Savings and Banking Company was formed in 1915. The bank was located at the north side of Lorraine, just west of Rocky River Drive. The Cleveland Trust Company acquired the bank in late June 1920, establishing its 24th branch. Cleveland Trust Company continued to grow, and by 1926, there were 52 branches. A prominent location in the growing community was ideal. The building was designed by Alfred G. Hall, who was the in-house architect for the company for over a decade. He designed several renovation projects for the company and new buildings in Bedford, Cleveland Heights, Painesville, and Lakewood. The building is significant architecturally as an example of neoclassic commercial structure. This was an important style for banks at the time, which implied both stability and strength. The building opened on June 11th, 1927. At the end of the year of completion, there were 57 branches. The building is constructed of limestone. Ionic columns flank the central entrance on Lorraine Avenue. Simple classic piers separate the bays, and essential classicized parapet rises above the entrance. A rear addition, likely for drive-through banking, was added in 1960. By 1977, there were 120 branches and $5 billion in assets. The name of the corporation was changed to Ameritrust in 1979, and the parapet was altered to remove the Cleveland Trust name. In 1991, Ameritrust was acquired by Society National Bank, and then Society National Bank merged with KeyCorp. In 1998, the building was restored in conjunction with the city storefront renovation program. and how it looked at that time. The O.B. McClintock Company was a successor to the McClintock Loomis Company and produced bank clocks of this nature from 1917 to 1949. This is not original to the building, and here is a picture of the clock in its original location, which is at the First National Bank of Gettysburg, about 1926. It was removed from that building after 1972. There is a twin to this clock in Hendersonville, North Carolina, which was installed in 1927. The building maintains its integrity, minus the removal of the lettering on the parapet, and it's approaching 50 years on that change and the addition of the clock. As noted with the previous case, this property is currently located in a Cleveland City Planning Design Review District, so no additional hardship on the owner, only switching purview from City Planning to Landmarks Commission for this significant structure. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We will now open up the floor then for the public, for anyone who's a proponent or for the nomination.
Ross Bassett again, and I believe you have my information, representing the West Park Historical Society. This is just a wonderful building, and it's if there was a central station of West Park, this would be it. I don't know of any other commercial building in either of the wards that make up West Park that gets as much activity over the years as this building has. One of the mysteries we have is why it was constructed of Indiana limestone, along with the associated retail business right next to it. You know, we have so many Berea sandstone buildings, but for whatever reason, the architect back then made that choice. But this building has been very well maintained. It's a real asset to the West Park area. And again, West Park only has the 2 designated properties right now, or not West Park. I got to correct that. Ward 17 only has the 2 designated properties. I can remember going here about 70 years ago to see my dentist. And it was a beautiful building then, and it's pretty much unchanged since then. And we hope we have it for many, many years to come. Outside of that, that's about all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents for the project? Then we will move on to, are there anyone present that are opponents to the project or against the nomination? Anyone present? Okay, well then we will close the public hearing, and we will then move on to our Landmarks Commission meeting. We'll begin with our preamble for the Cleveland Landmarks Commission meeting. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law and section 101.021 of the codified ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings based on the Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by roll call vote. Recusal from any case due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to the beginning of the presentation. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard, virtual attendees will use the raised hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raised hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking the raised hand icon again and muting your microphone. Call-in users can unmute by using *6. All meeting activities are being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. All requests to speak on a particular matter submitted through the proper channels have been considered. Proper channels for comments are sending an email to the email address landmarks@clevelandohio.gov email address with a comment or letter, calling or leaving a message at 216-664-2532, or sending a letter or dropping off comments at City Hall located at 601 Lakeside Avenue, Suite 519. Communications with members of this body must follow proper channels for consideration. Any comments received by the stated deadlines are collected by Landmark staff and disseminated to the commission prior to the beginning of the scheduled meeting. Mr. Musson?
All right, to go through the meeting rules and procedures, the chair will call each agenda item and then each applicant will be invited to proceed through their presentation. Each presentation should be completed prior to questions and comments from the commission in order to facilitate a smooth presentation. Once the presentation is concluded, the chair will ask Landmark staff to summarize Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations and any public comments received. The deadline for public comment is noon on the Tuesday prior to any regularly scheduled Cleveland Landmarks Commission meeting. Any received comments are distributed to the commission members prior to the meeting. Staff will also identify any members of the public present and scheduled to speak. Public comment is allowed at the discretion of the chair, and any individual providing public comment is permitted 2 minutes to speak to the agenda item in which they have an interest. The chair will then request a recommendation from staff. The commission will then begin deliberations and project review. Any commission member except the chair may make a motion at any point after an agenda item has been called.
Then we will call our August 14th, 2025 Landmarks Commission meeting to order. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Anderson?
Here.
Mr. Dreyer?
Here.
Mr. Dulick? Here. Councilmember Gray? Mr. Lozier?
Here.
Director Mersman?
Here.
Mr. Sandberry? Mr. Strickland?
Here.
Mr. Trosick?
Here.
Dr. Williams?
Here.
And Ms. Trott?
Here.
Madam Chair, we do have quorum. I also wanted to note that from the Landmarks office, we have myself, Jessica Beam, and Carl Brenges present, and Sierra Lipscomb is joining us from law. I would also like to note that we do have a full agenda today. So if applicants can keep their presentations to 10 minutes, that would be appreciated just to keep the meeting going. We do have a hard stop at 1 o'clock as this room has been reserved by another department. One other note is that case 25-061 has asked to be withdrawn from today's agenda. So we'll be seeing that at a later date. So if anyone is here for the West 29 Open Street case, we won't be hearing that case today.
All right. Excellent. Then we will move on to our certificates of appropriateness. We'd like to call our first applicant forward to announce yourself and tell us about your project. The first applicant is the Menlo Park Academy Water Tower Taft Art Garden mural.
Good morning. My name is Luis Rivas. I'm the Arts and Culture Coordinator at Metro West CDO, and I'm here with the lead artist, Ariel Vergez. I'll let him introduce himself.
Hello, Ariel Vergez. I'm the lead artist for the Art Garden Project, a part or initiated with the Transformative Arts Fund from the city. I'm happy to be here again.
All right. As Ariel mentioned, this is part of a larger initiative by Mayor Bibb, part of his Transformative Art Fund. We're doing a series of murals and sculptures kind of that was the original project proposition, and we just want to continue that work. This specific site is located on West 53rd, 2149 West 53rd, Cleveland, Ohio. Very visible site, as you'll see. And yeah, again, this is just one of the main components of this project is that it brings in part of the historicness of Cleveland, the cultural component of Cleveland, especially focusing on the west side. As you can see here, the public art installation is actually not going to be on the building itself. It's actually going to be located on top of the building, on its water tower. Specific areas of the water tower will get paint put on them, for lack of better words. And yeah, it's important to note that none of the brick, none of the facades of any of the building is going to be touched, strictly the water tower. The reason that we decided to go with this project. It actually has a really long story to it, but I'll condense it a little bit. Ariel recently moved to Cleveland, back to Cleveland, and he's been eyeing this water tower for a really long time. Fortunately, we were able to connect with Menlo Park Academy, which is a gifted children's school, and start the conversation. Originally, this project was going to be in collaboration actually with NASA, but unfortunately things changed, circumstances happened, and we decided that we still wanted to move forward with this effort. Originally, as I mentioned, this was going to be sort of a spaceship that we imagined that kind of is landing on a school of gifted children, something to give them to look up to. The project that NASA proposed was getting children from areas that usually don't have opportunity to access to NASA resources, something to look forward to or inspire them. We still took this model and decided that we wanted to honor the historicness of the building. This building, particularly, it was known as the Read More Books building. Now, I'm not sure how many of you remember that building when it was just graffitied on kind of on the facade. It just said read more books. That was actually done by an artist. I believe his name was The Reader. The building sat vacant from 1997 to 2017. Prior to that, it was a factory. And I forget what type of factory it was, but Hugo Boss. Hugo Boss? Hugo Boss factory. And yeah, so the factory, once the factory kind of shut down, the building was remained abandoned for a really long time. That is until the Beacon Foundation purchased the building and decided to open up Menlo Park Academy. From there, it is sitting now as a gifted kids school. But all that to say, we wanted to honor with this design, we wanted to honor the historicness of the Read More Books. And as you can see, this is an older picture of the building when it was abandoned, when it was vacant. And you can see along the left side, that is where it read Read More Books. And you can also see the water tower that we're talking about was graffitied at the time. Since then, it's been cleaned up. But the school did want to honor the history of the building. So these are just different views. Again, this water tower, obviously, for it sitting on top of a building, is highly visible. This is directly kind of a shot from the roof. Here we are on Walton Avenue, almost at the intersection of Walton and 53rd. Give some perspective. And this is still Walton Avenue. And we jump to West 53rd, which is a main corridor that connects Lorraine and Fulton. West 53rd here. And arguably its most notable kind of visibility comes from I-90. This is where everyone, whether going east or west, was able to see the building, and kind of the nickname stuck, Read More Books. That was the side that read on.
There's a slight pause, so give it a second. It's not going through. If not, Jessica can help. Oh,
Okay.
we lost it.
Apologize. The internet connectivity is not always
Reliable.
in this room. Yes, not always reliable. So we will be back up with the presentation momentarily.
No worries.
But I guess, is there anything you can add to the presentation without the images or background?
The second half of the presentation was actually the design. So I think
A really interesting part was I knew about this building because my wife's family is all Romanian, and this building was a lot of their first jobs. They had a huge Romanian population in that area in that time in the 80s and 90s, and it became like the first job that a lot of these immigrants had. And and now seeing their community where like a lot of their children are like doctors and like really successful people in the city, it was really cool that we get to touch into that family history and city history. And then the last part, and that was really interesting, was my son just got accepted there, so he'll be starting this year. So it was one of those things where all this happened before and happening after during this whole process. So there's a lot of like really cool historic and family tie-in to that water tower in that building that I couldn't have wrote or planned for. And I'm just, really enjoying the process of like the history that these buildings have and how they actually touch real people and impact their lives.
Absolutely. No, that's excellent.
I was trying to buy us some time.
Yeah. I like it. And many of us looked at it, but I don't know if it's easier for everyone online to see it. Can we talk off the paper copies?
Yeah, I can go through them. So the overall design for the water tower was stacking read more books. I don't know if you have one.
Yep.
On the tower and doing like a repeat pattern, so that there's the stack of words, block symbol that just taking elements from the water tower's seam lines and doing an artistic kind of emblem with it, and then read more books again, and then the symbol again, where we have a radial design that can be seen all 360, where from like two of the main strong angles you can read the verbiage, and then the rest is like a respite, just because it can be pretty complex to try to read from a distance. And then from that conversation that Lewis was talking about with the NASA, we were looking at this being like the spaceship that took off, and we really loved the gold that first Apollo lander had. So we're like, hey, can we make that bottom cone this stylized gold, so that we're taking into consideration like this, almost the orange peel that bottom sphere has, and do simple stylization of what that gold could look like, specifically because of how the difficulty of access to certain parts of it. So we want to keep it abstract and stylized, and then bringing that to like the parts of the legs that touch the building, have that bit of that gold stylization with the red stripe. And we're not touching the roof section because we can't access that, without like some crazy Ninja Turtle powers.
And I want to make a correction. Last week at design review, I mentioned that the legs were not going to touch. After discussing with Ariel, that is something that they plan to do. And I believe, see where we are. Yeah, in one of the images you can see that they're painted, and in another they're not. As mentioned, originally I mentioned that it wasn't going to be painted, but it will be painted. So, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And just the bottom section, yeah, not the whole thing.
All right. Anything else, or does that conclude your presentation?
Concludes the presentation.
Excellent. All right. Thank you. Before we get to our comments, we are going to review the local design review committee's recommendations.
Right, thank you, Madam Chair. This was reviewed by the Historic Ohio City Design Review Advisory Committee at their August 7th, 2025 meeting. And they recommended approval of a certificate of appropriateness as presented with very little discussion.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Then landmark staff recommendation.
And Madam Chair, we have Tara Petris for the public art coordinator, who's going to essentially give the staff feedback on this one.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good morning. I did want to say that we do also have a letter from the building owners of Beacon Foundation saying we agree to preserve the public art piece on the property for a minimum of 3 years from the date of completion. Should circumstances arise that require the artwork to be repaired, painted over, or removed, I will provide the artist with reasonable notice in advance to allow for proper amendment, documentation, and celebration of the work. We also got a letter of support from the board chair at Menlo Park Academy, and I just want to quote a couple of excerpts from the letter. Public art, especially prominent Keystone murals, plays a vital role in connecting our public school with the community, sparking curiosity and promoting cultural awareness. We believe this project will enhance our school's signature water tower and serve as an enduring source of inspiration and pride for our students, staff, and neighbors. We envision our water tower becoming a beacon of community identity and wonder. And I do want to say that the fact that the team is reimagining Read More Books in this way that they're doing it shows a dedicated commitment to preservation, which I personally appreciate. So I want to commend them for that. And I do recommend approval of this treatment to the water tower to enhance the experience for the students and anyone driving within the vicinity that can see it.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Who'd like to start us off? Disclosure?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This property certainly has gone through quite a transformation over the past several years, all for the good. And I think this is a great addition to this project, and look forward to seeing this continue to grow and expand and do great things. So thank you. And I really do appreciate too the hearkening back to the Read More Books. I think that's a great touch to this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the board chair for Menlo Park said it so succinctly that this certainly is going to be an inspiration to the students, to the neighborhood, and for anyone passing by the structure. I continue to commend the owners of this property for the incredible restoration that they've done to this building in its restoration and maintenance. And I think this mural will be a wonderful addition to the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Other questions and comments? I guess the only comment that I have is I echo everything that's said. I really do support it and love, bringing back that, artwork, because it was here for so long and just how it ties back to the use of the building. My only comment is just, I love the colors of it, but will you be able to read it from the expressway, knowing that that's, your intent of the blues and the contrast? And that's not just my personal opinion or question, but I do overall love the color combination that you've gone and, the design itself.
Yeah, for the digital, it's a little hard to wrap it, but we imagine that we'd have to do one final pass with black.
Okay.
For the lettering specifically, especially in the shadows, so you can really see the blocks.
Right, just under the cap of the roof
Yeah.
and those areas, because I think it is very powerful too, and will really connect with many people. So overall, I'm in support of the project. So in the interest of time, any other questions or comments? Yes, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in agreement with you in that I think the message might be hard to decipher. It's an edifying message. It's a good message. It sure is in keeping with the mission of the Menlo Park Academy. But I think, especially from a distance, people might just think that the graffiti artists graffitied the tower again. So I agree with you that the message is a little hard to read. So those are my comments.
All right, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Hearing fairly consistent alignment, would someone like to make a motion?
Madam
Lozier?
Chair, I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Dulick?
Madam Chair, I will second.
Excellent. So we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Director Mersman,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Trassick,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trout.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Well, congratulations and good luck with your project.
Thank you.
We'll then move on to our next applicants, located at 1215 West 10th Street, the Main Street Avenue Bridge. The Land of Plenty, Debbie Clapler, G Neutral Mural.
She's joining virtually.
Okay, welcome.
Hi, my name's Eileen Cassidy on behalf of the artist Debbie. This is a project of Historic Warehouse District Development Corporation. I'm executive director here. You might remember this project from 2023. We originally presented a mural that was much smaller, and after stepping back was back up. Historic Warehouse District Development Corporation has had their sights on kind of the footprint of West 9th Main Avenue down to West 10th for quite a while. The Main Avenue wall, as we call it, is actually the wall to the Archer Building, sits underneath the shoreway, always tagged with graffiti, a lot of it very vulgar, not creative. It was always a dark place. If you were leaving the flats headed up to Warehouse District or vice versa, you kind of felt like maybe you should run a little bit. So our objective was to have it fun, vibrant, welcoming, friendly, not only feel safe, but actually enjoy the walk up the hill or down the hill. So since that time, ODOT has painted the bridge, which has made a big difference. Nice bright blue bridge. City of Cleveland enhanced the lighting, so it's lit a lot better. And we've installed about 5 murals in the past 7 years or so. And so we're continuing that with sights set on having the whole wall complete. In 2023, maybe 2022, we installed 2 murals on the wall towards West 10th. They were small in scale. Collectively, they were 35 foot, so each one's about 17 and a half feet. And stepping back, we thought, we don't want this to look like a patchwork quilt. Let's really take a look at doing some bigger pieces. That's what gave us pause with our original presentation. So I'm back to represent Debbie Clapper. She's the artist's mural, her piece, and it's moved to a different location and expanded. So on this first slide, we're taking a look at the footprint. If you can go back.
There's
So
a
this is
slight
the-
pause. Oh, there you go.
Thank you. So the Lake City River is at the top of the hill at West 9th. The lake and city you see at the tip top is on West 9th, and our Lighthouse Park project it's just out of view to the right. The bottom mural was a great big piece done by Ryan Janke, and it's a modern nod to Cleveland or the Warehouse District historic past. If you see on the top right, you see the Monster and Tanks mural. Those were the ones installed in 2023. Debbie's original proposal was going to be just next to it, kind of the same size as those two combined. And again, that's when we step back, looking at Ryan's mural, the collage, like the bigger pieces, fewer bigger pieces we thought would look better on the hill. Next slide, please. This is the original space. For context, those that remember, this actually was approved. So it was originally going to be about 17 and a half foot as you head up the hill. Next slide. And this is where we're moving it to, leaving that former space open for still a nice sized mural. The Monster, we're looking to expand. You're going to be seeing that proposal in a couple weeks. That's not for today, but for context, that's what that space is being held for. So you can see Debbie's mural moved up the hill. I want to draw each of those spans is about 35 foot. I want to draw your attention to the far left and the far right. Debbie's piece, as you'll see, is going to kind of float off and connect to those pieces where the background is kind of transparent so that there's a connection, not like a hard line breaking those. Next slide. Big pause. The one thing so here's the measurements. You can see it's 12 foot to the left. It goes down to 10. The total length is 123 feet. And again, the far right and the far left, you can see Ryan's. It gets into Ryan's mural. Fortunately, Debbie and Ryan are good friends, so they will collaborate on how hers can kind of flow into the space that essentially is his. On the far right, where you see the two trusses of the bridge, those little horizontal things, that will be a proposed monster mural, but Debbie's is going to trickle in there again, just so it's very seamless and doesn't have hard stops. I'll also draw your attention to the white brick up there. You'll see, at first it was thought to use that as a hard border, but after more thought, Debbie's piece will trickle up into that to draw less attention to the white border and be really fun at the top. Next slide. This is like the Heinz ketchup. Hold on. Here it comes, sneak peek.
It appears that we're having some technical issues. Give us one moment. Sorry.
We'll enjoy that. So while we have the sneak peek, that corner, you can kind of see where Debbie's is ending, but those circles are starting to delve into where the monsters will go. Again, after more thought, we were really excited and happy with the way it turned out.
And you can give it to them over on that side. We have it up on the computer. We are looking at hard copies and a digital copy on alternate screens. Unfortunately, the public can't see it that is present. We're still working.
So that kind of includes me because I don't have a hard copy in front of me, but let me bring it up on my
Okay,
phone.
1
I
minute. We're
apologize.
just changing approaches or changing computers.
Okay.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, I know what it looks like. So from memory. Oh, there we go.
There we
Thank
go.
you. So Debbie used the colors in the adjacent artwork as her inspiration in her palette. It's very geometric. It's very flowy. Again, draw your attention to the circles on the left. That originally was going to remain a blank wall, and we thought, oh my gosh, how are we going to finish this wall? But after thinking, we came up with this thought, and it's again a nice break for the eye to flow into the next piece. And you can see it trickling down on the right-hand side to where the monster piece will be. We eliminated that hard border at the top, which I think is detracting from the white brick, which we like. I've been asked the brick on the building, there's spots of disrepair. So I have met with the property owner and said, can we rise together? What do you think about maybe some tuck pointing in this space? She said, it's a really big building. This is on the Archer building, if you're familiar. So they are currently getting quotes from contractors to do a lot of work on the building. And she said, respectfully, this is a lower priority area. That said, if and when there's tuck pointing done there, the contractor will be asked to watch the art and have the artist's information so that they can call them back if needed to repair anything. So we've been thoughtful in that way too. And the next one, just the total scale, 123 feet from end to end. This is community engaging too. The way Debbie works, she has followers and friends. We have a lot of people downtown and in the warehouse district that like being a part. She sketches it on the wall. I don't want to say it's a paint by number, but essentially kind of like a paint by number. And it will involve the community actually painting the mural, which will be fun. Here's kind of a put together piece of what the whole wall will look like then. So if you're turning the corner from West 9th, the first thing you will hit is the river mural. Go past Ryan's, get into Debbie's. There'll be an expansion of the monsters that you'll see in a couple weeks down towards the end of the hill. We're going to be putting up some placards acknowledging all the pieces of art in that footprint, not just Debbie's. So the monster, for an example, it worked out kind of fun. He's pointing to it, and it'll acknowledge the artist, the medium that they use, the title of the piece, a little description, and the funders. Here's the proposed design. It's very basic, similar to what you would see. on a lot of other marked murals. And the next one. So we'll work with Downtown Cleveland Alliance to get not only the wall space, but the entire wall freshened. When Debbie finishes hers and hopefully Steve is approved and he'll finish his, it does kind of complete the vision from our perspective. And so we will have a celebratory party. We're working with a partner. If you're familiar with Lighthouse Park, which again is right around the corner, it's going to be restained this fall. So just kind of a freshening and re-grand opening of that whole area is planned. We do use anti-graffiti clear coat from Sherwin-Williams, just low, so that if they are tagged or anything like that, DCA can power wash it right off or clean it off. Next slide. That's it.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Before we get to our questions, we are going to hear from the Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Greater Downtown Historic Design Review Advisory Committee on the 6th. They recommended approval as presented and had conversation about retouching and kind of other improvements that could be made on the building and lighting. But overall, we're very excited to see it move forward.
Excellent, thank you. And landmark staff recommendations?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, we're going to have Tara Petrus, Public Art Coordinator, present for the staff. But I would just add that the proposal fits the master plan that's been presented to this commission in the past, and we feel that the placards are a nice addition, so.
Thank you. That I was going to mention that. So thank you. Also, Councilman McCormick, this is in his ward. He did express support for this back in 2023. One thing I do agree that the expansion of the mural and the fluidity of motion with the revised design instead of the hard stop, I think honors the architecture and the slope of the street a lot better. So I appreciate that that was done. Hopefully the building owners can make some improvements to the brick where there's peeling and such. And also they did, Eileen didn't mention this, but it was mentioned in the historic design review, is that they are going to, in the process of putting this mural up in to stay within their master plan for that wall, they are also going to, when they power wash the wall, they're going to power wash the existing murals to freshen those up as well from the dirt and grime. This happened since they were installed a couple of years ago. So it would be my recommendation as well that they do get an approval. And also, Eileen, with an approval, you'll also need to get street obstruction permits for the installation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that recommendation and overview. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Who'd like to start us off?
Ms. Marshman? I'll just express appreciation for the interaction with the other art pieces on the wall. I like the movement and dynamism and how that's transforming the walk between the flats and the warehouse district. And I also appreciate the information about the artist and the murals. I think that is very helpful and interesting as a pedestrian along the walk. So if there aren't a lot of other comments, I'm happy to make a motion.
I think we're there. Or Mr. Lozier, do you want to make a comment?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree wholeheartedly with the comments that were already presented. And I won't go into that. I mean, what I do really appreciate is sort of the bridging between the two other murals there. The fact that there's that collaboration between and that play between, all of that, not creating the hard boundaries, I think also allows this thing to really, feel, super sort of flowing down the street. So I think this is really, really great. And what I also really appreciate too about the presentation is the context, looking at everything in context with one another, not just sort of with blinders on. So I think that was really helpful for this review. I also really appreciate the placards, but I'm wondering if I'm not sold on them being applied directly to, let's say, the canvas surface. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to have those on stanchions or something else so that they sort of float in front of the wall. as separate elements, so they don't get perceived as part of the artwork. But I'm not, again, that's just one person's thought about that. But other than that, I'm really sort of excited about this mural. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lozier. I agree. I mean, it echoes and aligns with many of the feedback that we initially gave on the master plan, was recognizing each artist individually, but providing a cohesive, approach to the entire corridor instead of individual thoughts, but giving individual recognition separate from the art pieces through the placards. I think it's a great addition. Hearing fairly consistent alignment, if someone would like to make a motion now, then we could do that.
I move to approve as presented
All right,
with the consideration of the placards as discussed.
thank you for the motion with the consideration. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a second. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Mr. Mussin, please call roll.
Okay, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick. Yes. Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Director Mersman,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Trassick,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing your project move forward.
Thank you.
We will then move on to our next applicant, located at 1215 West 10th Street on the Main Street mural and art. I'm sorry, the temporary sponsored wall art signage.
And I apologize, the clicker there isn't working. We're having some technical issues, so I'll just advance through your slides.
No worries. Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for taking this and all your consideration. As Eileen had stated, that whole entire wall really has a goal to be beautified. And we hope that this presentation can be a solution to continue that beautification. To be clear, this is a Cavs and Sprite commission mural or piece that we're speaking of. We have gone through several meetings and have been advised to propose this as a vinyl heat pressed 24 by 12 vinyl that would be heat pressed against the piece or the wall, and in which we would then paint the mural, the art piece that you see here presented on the screen. This is. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm Jordan Morales, business partner of Glenn Infante, the artist who has designed this piece that you see here. Glenn and myself have done countless amounts of pieces throughout the city, not just here in Cleveland, but in major markets like New York, San Francisco, Miami, so on and so forth. As you can see in this piece, we have paid incredible homage to the city of Cleveland with our city skyline, as well as touches of the Cavaliers and the Sprite Man, in which you see slam dunking the basketball. Next slide, please. This really etches out the location that we are targeting. It is on the Archer Building, 9501 Main Avenue, and it is right outside of 27 Club, which is a local coffee shop in which we have done a lot of the logo design, as well as in their interior, we have done murals within their space. So with this pitch, as we hopefully come to a confirmation that we can apply this upon the finishing of this mural, we would be then having a celebration in conjunction with 27 Club's space. This just kind of gives you a scope of what we envision it being a temporary piece. The temporary piece is hopefully a solution for us to then take our honorarium in which we receive from being commissioned on this piece to then create a permanent piece that is in, the vision and the scope of what Elaine has been spearheading, and really create a flow from the top of Main Avenue all the way down to West 10th. Next slide, please. Just to reiterate, this piece, we have been advised to propose it as a vinyl heat press. And I just want to gesture that that skull that you see at the bottom of this image, the 27 Club, is actually a heat press as well. So if you tried hard enough, you could walk up to it and peel it off. And the reason that we've been advised to propose it as a heat press and then proceed with painting on it is that because this is a temporary piece, we don't want to compromise the brick. And so after its temporary lifespan, we would simply, apply heat, peel it off, and then we would work with the city to put something up that would be a permanent flowing mural on that avenue. This is just a nod to some of the pieces or what we would like to propose moving forward. Something that is more representative of the people, vibrant, and less commercial. Next slide, please. This is a piece just to kind of show the meaningful artwork that we do propose throughout the city and we have installed throughout the city. This took place at Otter Park, which is off of 83rd and like the Woodland area. Kingsman. And this piece we called The World Is Yours. And we partnered this piece with a cause of Black maternal health, which is actually an epidemic in our county. And we really wanted to bring a voice to those who are often overlooked and voiceless. Next slide, please. Another piece that we worked with, this was at the Fairfax Market, and this just goes to show, our willingness and ability to work with organizations to really beautify our neighborhood and put something up permanently that not just the organization wants to see, but the city, views as colorful, inspiring artwork as well. Next slide, please. Again, just more nods to the pieces that we've put up throughout our past. This is on the left field of Progressive Field, left field wall, exterior wall of Progressive Field. This was a nod to Satchel Paige, Larry Doby, and Frankie Robertson, in which we worked with the Cleveland Guardians organization. And this piece can be seen right outside of left field wall, and it is a permanent piece. Another piece that really honors the rich history in artists globally and really brings, we felt, a flavor into our city that is just inspiring to see. Again, we're showing all these just to show that, on the flip side of this temporary piece that we are proposing, we would like to work with the city as well as Elaine and her team to really envision a solid flow state of that entire wall on Main Avenue. Oftentimes, some of the obstacles we have for putting up permanent artwork is the funding for these pieces. So with this proposal, we, Glenn and myself, have taken upon ourselves to, within our honorarium of receiving this piece, putting up this piece, taking those funds and applying it to a permanent piece. So we wouldn't be seeking out any financial assistance. We would be taking that upon ourselves to really hopefully create a model that we can emulate across the board, right? If we can, somehow boost our creative economy by installing temporary signage and appoint these artists to be responsible with that honorarium to then, after the temporary piece has lived its lifespan, to then work with the city and create a permanent piece, we feel like it can be a solution to continuously beautifying our city. This piece right here was with Frankie Lindor, who was once a great Cleveland Guardian, now plays for the New York Mets. We had an outstanding relationship with him and his team, and when he moved to New York, he wanted to commission us to do a piece that represented his culture as well as his colorful on-field attire. And so this took place in Manhattan, so New York City. Next, please. This is an example of a vinyl piece that we worked with Destination Cleveland, downtown city, DCA, the Downtown Cleveland Alliance, as well as Miles Garrett, to honor some of the great people throughout our city who have had either an impact or a foundation laid within our sports, music scene, and or our civic centers. So As you see, LeBron James, Machine Gun Kelly, Tony Robinson, Toni Morrison, Toni Morrison, Jim Brown, and Tracy Chapman. Next slide, please. This just kind of gives a scope of the measurements. We understand that this is a kind of hard edging, but again, this is a temporary piece in which we would then, after its lifespan, would remove that temporary vinyl, and we would work with the city as well as Elaine and her team to make sure that it's cohesive with what does exist currently and is what is going to be taking place within these next few months. I would imagine in installation after this has just been that last presentation was just approved. Just a little background on Glenn and myself. Recognized muralist, advocate for artists, has worked with lots of up and coming artists to, really just beautify our city. Again, our goal here is not to have this Sprite Man a permanent piece, but it's just a temporary piece for, I would say, a means to an end, right? Ultimately, we concur with the vision that exists with that main avenue and want to be a catalyst to hopefully create more funding to then put up public art in a permanent sense. I think that pretty much concludes our presentation. I hope that was brief and concise.
That was excellent. Thank you for the presentation.
Yep.
And for making it concise, obviously, with our agenda. Before we get to our comments, we are going to begin with our Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was reviewed by the Greater Downtown Historic Design Review Advisory Committee on August 6th. The committee had a lot of discussion about just the advertising element not being preferred and just too much ad space on this artwork, on this sign. And had a lot of discussion on the painting. That's where the Heat of Pride graphic was brought up as being more appropriate for a temporary use. So not have layers and layers of paint on the wall. Kind of other comments were that it needed to interact with the overall wall composition. All the other murals are very fluid and not strong borders. And that if this is a installation to help use the advertising to pay for a permanent wall, a permanent mural as an end game, there should be some kind of penalty for installation remaining after a year, some kind of agreement that's enforced. And so overall, there's a lot of discussion, but they had the recommendation for the issuance of certificate of appropriateness for a temporary installation of up to 1 year as the first step in a future mural that would return for review and approval, with a condition that it's a heat applied vinyl graphic and that it is approved through the other reviews and steps with the city regarding zoning and installation.
All right. Thank you for that summary. Then we'll move on to Landmark staff recommendation now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a case that, is it art? Is it a sign? Is it a billboard? So we did receive some feedback from our zoning division, and our chief zoning administrator is on this call if you have questions related to zoning. But I did want to summarize the feedback that we received from the zoning division and that has been shared with the applicant yesterday, I guess. So the signage does not meet the code requirements for sponsored wall signage for major public assembly facility. This is considered a billboard or off-premise signage. Since the building is not on or within 500 feet of the qualifying public assembly space, nor owned or leased by the owners of said public assembly facility, the sign is deemed off-premise signage. Off-premise signage in our sign code is considered to be a billboard. Billboard being defined as a sign directing attention to a specific business, product, service, entertainment activity, or other commercial activity sold, offered, or conducted elsewhere other than upon the lot on which the sign is located. So that the corporate sponsor does not own or lease the public assembly facility within or on 500 feet of this location. So if the commission did want to move forward, they would need a variance to allow a billboard in this location. Staff feels that the location is not appropriate for a billboard as it's been previously presented as an art wall to display murals like we saw in our previous case this morning. Previously approved murals on this wall were actually moved away from the signage at the corner, that little skull, to allow separation between the art murals and the signage. And we feel that this billboard would kind of blur that line between signage and mural. So staff recommends denial of a billboard in this location.
Okay, thank you for that summary. Then we will open up the floor on the commission for questions and comments. Oh, I'm sorry.
Unless, yeah, like I mentioned, we do have Shannon Leonard, the Chief Zoning Administrator, if she had any additional comments. And then I don't know if Eileen from Historic Gateway or Historic Warehouse District had any comments from the neighborhood CDC.
Okay, before we open up the floor, Ms. Leonard, do you have any comments you'd like to add?
I do not have any comments, but if you have any questions, I would say that a variance here, if you were to give the variance for the off-premise signage, you could add conditions that it would set sunset for temporary use. So that is an option.
Okay, thank you for that addition. Eileen, do you have anything you'd like to add? You are muted if you.
Now guess how old I am. From the Warehouse District Development Corporation, and our board, along with Historic Gateway Neighborhood, is leaning into historic preservation and cultural and heritage preservation work. That said, kind of stepping out of the CDC world, kind of leaving that to DCA. So with that in mind, we've put a lot of work into the wall. We're excited to see it complete. But I really defer to this committee as to its appropriateness. It's like complex. Is it a sign? Is it a billboard? Is it a mural? I don't know all the rules. So I really defer to this committee. Again, as our board moves into a different direction, I kind of feel like that's what you guys are there for, and we'll follow your lead.
Excellent. All right, thank you. 1 minute. Let us open up the floor of the commission, and then we can ask questions, and then you can also speak during that time. We'd open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Director Mersman.
Thank you for the presentation. Understanding the interplay between sort of the ad piece going into the permanent mural, I'm interested in understanding whether, from your perspective, those need to be in the same place, or if you explored other locations for the billboard that could still support a permanent mural on this wall.
So just to clarify, you're asking if we've explored other places for this piece to exist? We have, however, because of our ongoing relationship with the 27 Club, as well as the Cavs and Sprites ambitions to have a high traffic area, as well as a space to serve as a activation. This is really a honed in space that we're all keen on seeing come to fruition. Additionally, we feel like it is a solution to ultimately beautify that entire wall. Again, a lot of times, the biggest hurdle is finding funding for public installations. And we do feel like we have a solution with this if granted the permission, and whatever paperwork needs to be applied for the temporary piece to be heat pressed upon and then removed, and then working with the city to put a permanent mural there is our goal. So it's kind of duality, right? Like the client envisions this space as the optimal space, as well as us. We would love to see some permanent artwork up there that truly inspires and is cohesive with the rest of the wall on Main Avenue.
I understand the sort of funding play, and I think that makes sense and is a good way to get more permanent art supported. Did you look at any locations, perhaps in the Gateway District closer to the CAPS facility, that also have a lot of pedestrian traffic and is more an entertainment district?
We did. We actually worked with the Cavaliers during the final. Mind you, this has been a ongoing process. We worked with the Cavs during the finals to try and find a space within East 4th, and just because it didn't work out. Because of a lot of logistics and other building owners, it didn't quite work out. And so we put all of our efforts within this space and hoping to get it approved.
Okay, my final question is just about the balance of the logos in the proposed design. I know you had another example that had a New Balance logo sort of in the bottom corner, but the vibrancy of the person and the art sort of took center stage. Can you talk about any requirements or decisions to have Sprite so prominently multiple times versus something maybe a little bit more subtle?
Sprite definitely is the main financer here. And so with that being said, it's in their best, that's really their meat and potatoes of it, right? Like if they're commissioning us as the artist to put this out there, they are looking to have their namesake on there in this capacity that you do see it. As an artist, we would love to see something a little bit, maybe less advertising, but within their framework and going through the approval process, we definitely gestured as much as we could, as well as implemented nods to the city that we felt at least added some balance. But yeah, that's the best.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for your questions.
Other questions and comments from the commission? Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask the applicant, the Design Review Committee had recommended a maximum of 1 year for installation for this temporary billboard. Does your agreement with Sprite and the Cavaliers work with that time frame?
Yes, sir.
All right. So personally, I would absolutely not be in favor of a permanent installation of a billboard of this nature in this location. But given the uniqueness of the funding opportunity to promote a permanent, more appropriate mural in this case, I would be highly in favor of supporting this temporary installation for a maximum of 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland.
Mr. Dulick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through Madam Chair to Landmark staff, I just want to understand what the enforcement mechanism would be for that time period, but also a question about ensuring the adequacy of the funding to eventually create a mural of the same kind of quality and scope and scale that we saw in the prior presentation through the Historic Warehouse District. Thank you.
The chair, yeah, the Landmark staff has no enforcement capabilities. Our ordinance doesn't allow for us to actually do enforcement on our own, so we rely on the Department of Building and Housing to conduct all of our code enforcement.
Mr. Dulick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Building on that, I guess it's, we're really going on good faith here, right? And I think as long as we're clear about that this is temporary. And I guess the next step really is that variance that we would propose to be in support of as a temporary installation. But just responsibility for removing it after 1 year, as well as ensuring that the mural in fact does happen, is I guess where I'm having some concerns. And whether an enforcement mechanism is created, not that I don't trust everybody. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is I think it is creative, not exactly, swords into plowshares, but to use the benefits of commercial activity. It's almost like a TIF, right? When you think about it, in miniature. And I think it's creative, and I guess I appreciate that creativity, and employing artists and beautifying the district at the same time. So I would be in support of a temporary installation, but I don't know that there's really a mechanism for having more comfort around ensuring that it happens on that time frame.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. We are willing and able to, put in place any type of agreement that the city would like to see for that temporary piece, as well as follow up immediately with a permanent piece. I think we are in good standing with the city in regards to all the installations we've done. So beyond just a good faith, which our verbal is there and our commitment is to the city to beautify our city, we would be willing to, sign any agreements that would hold us and bind us to that standard.
Ms. Anderson, did you have a question? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say I like the artwork. I like that you incorporated some of the horizontal elements of the bridge into the graphics there. I am not comfortable with I agree with staff. I think as far as a location for basically a commercial billboard in that location, causes some confusion with the purpose of the artwork that's going east up the hill, the murals that are there. The other issue I have is there's the branding for, I think, the business, the skull. I think that branding for the business there, and the juxtaposition of this graphic just creates some visual clutter. They don't really relate to each other. They're kind of packed in together. So that's something that I see there. But yeah, I'm not real comfortable with the billboard aspect of it. Those are my.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
If this means anything, 27 Club does serve Sprite.
Appreciate that, but so does most of the organizations on the entire street. So I think I'm probably one last, and I will make the comments that. Okay, hold on, Ellen, I'll just finish my comments and I'll go to you also. I appreciate the creativity here and the opportunity that you're trying to create with this, but I am not comfortable in, and I love your artwork, especially what you've done in the basketball courts and over in the Kinsman area and so forth. And even what you're proposing for the Faces of Unity, I think that's a wonderful piece and would be appropriate, but I am not comfortable with a billboard here because that's what it is for offsite uses not related to the organization that is in that building, especially in relationship to the other pieces of arts that are here and the work and the time that many people have tried to create that corridor. And I think your goal, that piece would fit in, wonderfully with the overall vision of this area. But I am not in support of a temporary billboard here to get to that end. I think if there was an ability to compromise and get to the future piece, but provide your sponsors with the recognition like we're doing for the other murals through the placards and so forth, so that they can get the recognition that they need, maybe even larger than some of the other ones to get the means to the end for sponsorship, so that we could take it out of the billboard classification and into the arts or mural classification. But with what's being presented today, I'm not comfortable with this presentation. I'm not in support of it.
Right, we're doing it with other cities.
Yeah. So as stated, we've done, murals throughout the nation. This is a model that does take place in other cities. And so, it's a challenge. Again, the financing is always a challenge. And so, I mean, we see it in other places and it's flourishing. The creative economy is really booming. But oftentimes I feel like this is where we get hung up at, and respectfully, understand where you're coming from. However, again, this is just a means to an end to ultimately get there. The last thing we want to do is not see this go through, and another 5 years goes by, and that's just a blank.
Sure. And if it was in a different context, as Director Mercerman had said, and you were using that in a location that didn't already have a master plan, that has been set forth and a vision that's been, focused on for the last 5 to 10 years, to really create a corridor, a visual corridor, connecting, the two banks or two streets. So in another area, I think this model could be successful. But for me personally, it is not, I'm not in support for that model here.
Okay.
So in other locations, yes, but I am not in support of it here.
Yeah, I'm David Bowen, 10924 Lake Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio. We've been working together a little bit because this has been a struggle, obviously. And as a firm, we've made buildings that have art opportunities in the public realm. And some of them have been very successful, but we've had to beg, borrow, and steal money to pay for them. And some places have gone untouched. So John Hay High School, the auditorium there's places for medallions there from each class, and none of that's ever happened. So this has been
you know, people have been working on this for a long time. A year is a blink of an eye. And maybe that's just because of my age or whatever, but in a year it becomes public art. And there's, because of contracts that Jordan has, in less than a year, it's going to be gone and public art will be up. And they've done this in other parts of the country. And I think, you know, kind of a short, and if you think of it as painful, a short pain for a large gain and is really worthwhile, because I can tell you, trying to finance this stuff and you know, I don't get a fee for service working with Jordan. I'm doing this because I've tried to finance a whole bunch of stuff. It's like impossible, and it's getting worse. You know, people don't buy art like they used to. When I grew up, we all started buying art. And so local artists were kind of busy because, you know, people were buying from them. They were friends or trading or whatever. And then putting art in the public realm is even tougher. And so I think this is a good model, although it's not ideal. And I think, you know, technically it's called a billboard, but billboards are very different, because the billboard, this copy goes down, another copy goes up, and now it's Seagram's. And people aren't happy about it because now we're selling booze, right? This is one contract. It's probably for less than a year, because it's when the Cavs season's over. It's supposed to go up before the season starts and comes down when the season's over. So hopefully they go all the way to the playoffs and win, right? So that's the longest term. So in less than a year, and right away we're going to start, once it goes up, working with everyone around to make sure whatever goes there is cohesive. And so in a year, we'll be here again, and it'll get approved of something that finishes the wall. And it's a year time frame. And I think, you know, for the short-term pain, it's a whole lot of gain, because and the other thing is we're trying to make sure artists stay around here. Artists make a living. I mean, a meaningful living, not just barely making it by. And this is a great way that they can make a living. They can get up real artwork afterwards. And it's, you know, it's advertising for a little bit. That's not just advertising like you see on a billboard. It's kind of attractive. You know, we know it's advertising. We can say, oh, it's bright, but it's done in less than a year.
I understand your position, but I think in this, like I said, I think the model could be successful in other areas, but not in this location because of its adjacency and impact in the middle of a master plan of, you know, a mural master plan. So for me personally, I'm not in support of it, but I understand your position, and I do agree with the model. I think it is a great opportunity and it's very creative to try to get artwork in, you know, in certain areas. But this wall is not lacking for artwork here. And so my personal opinion is I'm not in support of it, but appreciate your position also. Mr. Dryer, did you have additional comments?
Yeah, I think what I worry about the most is just the precedent of this. It's a billboard downtown. It used to be there were limits on how many billboards could go up, and I think those went by the wayside. I'm not sure why. And so that's my main uncomfortable feeling about it. I could maybe buy into a year at this site, but what's to stop somebody else from coming and with another site and saying, well, you already did that for them. So that, along with the lack of really enforcement by the city, the ability to enforce it, that makes me very uncomfortable. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dryer. Mr. Tarasik? Ray, you muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with my colleagues' comments. I'll start with Mr. Strickland. I think that it is a very unique opportunity that's here. I do really much appreciate the artwork and the thoughtfulness behind this. However, I do agree with Mr. Dryer both on the precedent may set as well as Madam Chair, your comments. It just doesn't make me feel comfortable in the context of that master plan. I'm very, very familiar, being a downtown resident, I'm very, very familiar with that area. And I've seen it grow from graffiti on that wall all the way down to this whole plan that I think is just very outstanding. The artwork, the thoughtfulness there is very outstanding as well. Again, I do agree with your comment, Madam Chair, as far as a different place, a different location, just not being consistent with what has been planned for that area or what's already there and planned for the future. So I'm not comfortable with this situation, and I would be opposed to this as well.
Thank you, Mr. Trosset.
Thank you both for your comments. I know nothing, but isn't this a good precedent? Like if we can, attract outside businesses or organizations to invest into our city for a temporary stand and empower our artists to then take that honorarium and want to create permanent beautification. Is that not a good problem or a situation? To your point, it's kind of like a tip. It's like, we're now kind of shifting the narrative to like, hey, we are welcoming in these opportunities. At least we're open to them, case by case, I'm sure of that. But if the artists and the creative economy is going to benefit long term for it, is that not a precedent that we would be open to?
And the precedent associated with a billboard. I mean, visually, this is not a billboard. You're not changing the copy. It's for 1 year. And, building and housing is the enforcement arm. That's why they have badges. That's why they can go into locations and stuff like that. So a contract with building and housing to say it will be down in 1 year and this will be up. They have the enforcement. Tom Vanover can walk in and say, take it down, and he can enforce it. So there is a mechanism to do that. And it goes back to this creative economy. This is one opportunity, this goes away. Does another opportunity like this come back? Who knows? If it becomes an opportunity that people understand and people can get behind and pay for, because it's not cheap to do two, right? A temporary sign and then public art. That's not inexpensive. So they're paying quite a bit of money to get that done. I think that's a great thing for the artists in this area and artists around the country. And they're doing this in other places. And to have Cleveland be able to do it too would be wonderful, because we do need more art. And I hate to say public art, it's art in public spaces. It's all art.
And I think we've demonstrated that we do support the creative culture around here and have approved numerous murals throughout, the historic districts that we oversee, especially over the last few years in this general area and up the street and throughout the entire city. So I think we do support this. As we mentioned, this location, and I can only speak for myself, based on where it is, I don't think it's appropriate because of the overall master plan, the precedent it sets there. It would be very awkwardly placed in that entire master plan when you see all of the vision of art that's there. For the temporary billboard. For the future piece of art, I think it is. And that's where I think I personally am at the point of, if you read, the artwork is beautiful, but it is an advertisement. And in other areas of the city, that is lacking artwork, I could see where this could be appropriate, where they don't have murals. And to use that as a creative opportunity to sponsor and get permanent pieces in those areas, like you did for the basketball court, areas that really are just seeking that, connection to the art that they don't have. We're going to be saturated in this area, in my personal opinion, so putting a billboard in the middle of it, even though it may be temporary, I personally am not, in favor of, but I'll let others comment also on that. Director? Oh, sorry, Mr. Lozier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I certainly don't want to pile on. I think there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of really great discussion already. But I feel like we're at the moment in sort of uncharted territory, where this is the first time something like this has come across this board, at least. So, the idea of this being really a test case for something that, is a really creative way to provide the opportunity for permanent art pieces around the city. I don't know how I feel quite yet. I know that I think the reason why we're sitting here today is because this is being proposed in a historic district, right? You know, I just want to just express that I'm not quite sure how I feel. I'm in support of this as a model, 100%, because I think this is something that's extremely valuable. But I don't quite know how I feel right this very second on, you know, where this particular location. So those are my comments.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to quickly echo many of the comments that have already been made by colleagues on the Landmarks Commission. I love the colors. I love the echo of some of the architectural elements in the billboard itself. But it seems to me, and let me say also, I love the art, especially the examples that we saw earlier, including the one on Euclid Avenue that includes that image of Toni Morrison, my favorite writer. However, it seems to me that this is very clearly a billboard, and that the branding, if you will, for the Cavs and for Sprite overpowers the art that is definitely there. I don't believe that we've discussed the idea of going back to the Cavs and to Sprite to see if a modified design would be acceptable to them, so that it isn't more of the corporate branding and less of the public art. If we could do that, I think there would be a better chance of it meeting with the approval, perhaps, of the Landmark Commission. But right now, I don't hear people saying that they're opposed to corporate partnerships with public art advocates. But this, it seems to me, is very clearly a billboard, and it does not fit with the other artistic proposals that are part of the master plan. And thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say, again, in echoing some of the ideas that I've heard earlier.
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. May I ask when the master plan will be complete?
Complete. I think that they mentions that, well, the master plan was presented and has been out there in 2023. That's when the master plan was complete, and now they're on the final or two pieces of the overall area. And Dan, if you can remind me the details.
Yes, yeah, I believe we when seeing a previous piece in 2023, we requested to see the master plan. It was presented at that point, and they've been plugging away at it. I think going through design review next week, we just received an application for that last piece between the two. I guess that the last open space. So that should be coming.
Besides this.
Besides this, yes. And this area was, earlier on, one of the murals extended further down, and there was that request from the local committee as opposed to this commission, I believe, to move it further away from the skull, kind of past that vertical pier there, kind of create that separation between the ads. So this space for the master plan was intended to stay blank. Looks like the chief zoning administrator has her hand up too.
Yes, Ms. Lundgren.
Good morning, Chair. I just wanted to give some context for why this is deemed a billboard in our zoning code. So there's a couple ways that this could have been framed. Originally, it was thought that this was being commissioned from Cavs themselves. And so then it could be considered sponsored wall signage if they're within that 500 feet of the public assembly facility and the Cavs owned or leased this unit. The other option would have been the wall mural ordinances, which I think Mr. Strickland was asking about. And that's where you can only have 6 of these off-premise signage, if you will, across the city. 80% of the wall has to be filled. We really can't discuss the content, so that's on or off premise. It's not wall mural as you would really think. It's typically comes in the form of off-premise signage. And then you're really just looking at the unsightly wall. The problem with that ordinance is that once you have 6 up across the city, 6 permits issued, any future applicant will require to be on a wait list, correct? And so that wait list, it's when somebody decides to take their permit away. So the most recent one was at 600 Huron when the parking deck come down. They lost their wall mural permit, and then you all approved the one, I believe, on West 9th not too long ago. I think it was 1300 West 9th. But in this case, it is off-premise advertising, and the only way that we can describe it in our current zoning code is through the billboard ordinance, which is the definition that Mr. Musson had read to you earlier. The other thing to think about is in our sign code, we give the ability for Landmarks and Planning Commission to vary the code in a way that allows for more creative signage, if you will. And that's unique in our code. It's something that the city decided on long ago. It was in the legislation. And with that variance can come conditions. It's not the typical variance that you receive from the Board of Zoning Appeals that is in perpetuity. It is specific to a package that has been approved by this commission or the Planning Commission. And so I just want to make sure that we have all the facts out there so that you all are all clear on what you all would be deciding on here. So if you did did vote to approve it from a zoning perspective, we would ask that you condition it. And then there was a question about enforcement. And so this would have to come in as a sign permit application. It wouldn't be a public art. So it would go through building and housing and zoning. And we would condition the use permit here on the CO based on the motion that you make here. And that would be enforced through building and housing, but the CO would only be a temporary permit if you were to decide to do conditions for a year.
Okay.
So if you need any questions, just let me know.
We appreciate it. Thank you for that additional context. Right. In the interest of time, knowing that I believe every member of the commission has made a comment, I would ask for a motion. Yes.
I apologize. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if someone has this or not yet, but approval or no approval, is there possible if this was somewhere else, what would preclude you from having the billboard and the locations in articles for your honorarium at this location? So I don't know about this. Since it happened in the same location.
This is a location that was has been desired by, and just clarification, the Cavs and Sprite are partners, so this is Cavaliers endorsed as well. But to your point, yeah, this was a space that they really honed in on. It deemed as a high traffic space, as well as adjacent to a building or to a establishment, the 27 Club, in which we can use to, have an activation, have a celebration upon the completion of this temporary piece.
And to answer the question, or can you answer the questions? I think it's been asked differently a few different times, but have you approached the Cavs and Sprite to see if they would still sponsor this if their logos weren't as prominent?
Yeah, we tried to work with the visions. Our first revisions actually had it much smaller. I think as naturally as artists and creatives, we don't want to see everything that you guys don't want to see either. We're on the same page. However, dealing with clients, especially when they're paying a price that, we're able to then take an honorarium and set aside for permanent artwork, it's just a matter of compromise. So this is what we've worked together to get approved and to get compromised. I can surely go back to them and say, hey, listen, this is not going to work. But, they might just say, okay, well, then we're not going to do the mural. And then the whole project is off the table. And now we're not funded as artists and we don't get to take that honorarium and create some permanent public artwork.
So we have two ways that we can move forward. We can table you and allow you to go back and talk to them one more time based on the feedback that you're hearing from this commission, or we can take a vote. And it's really up to you as the applicant of how you'd like us to move forward. If you'd like to be tabled, we do need your permission to give you that time to do your legwork.
Okay.
Or if you would like to have a decision, we can move forward with a vote.
Dates on the next meeting.
Okay.
And talk to them. So what they say.
Yeah, we would like to be tabled then. That's an option.
For a date certain next meeting.
Absolutely. There is, if there's room on the agenda, as you can see, this one's fairly full and we can get you on to as soon as 2 weeks.
All
But
right,
you
thank
can
you.
follow up with staff on that one. Okay, so with your permission, then I would ask for a motion to table. Mr. Dulick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Any further discussion? I think we've had it all. So then, would you please call roll?
Okay, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dreyer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Director Mersman,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Trosik,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trot.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion to table passes unanimously.
Okay, excellent. We look forward to hearing from
Yeah.
you, follow up with staff, and they can confirm,
Will do.
your next meeting will work for everyone.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you all for your time and consideration today.
All right, thank you. We will then move on to our next applicant located at 2809-2935 Van Aken Boulevard signage. Good morning. Good, how are you? Could you tell us your name for the record? Could you turn your, and then would you mind repeating that and
Yeah.
along with your last name too?
My name's Brandon Klein. I'm the marketing assistant at Smartland LLC. So our project is basically new permanent monument signs at Colony Apartments. So to start off, just a little bit about Smartland and what we do. We own a variety of different single and multifamily properties across Northeast Ohio, a lot in Cleveland. And we're undertaking this project to build new monument signs, as you can see with the pictures on the. So yeah, we take and renovate these properties and make really nice apartments and houses, and we put a lot of work and effort into making these properties increase in value and just making a nice place for our residents to live. So the project is new monument signs. It does a lot for our building. It helps with marketing. You know, when people drive by and they see nice new signs, it really helps with, their impression of how nice the property is itself, how nice the inside is. It helps with directional things. So when you're driving by, you can see our signs clearly. You know where our property is, where it ends, where the entrances are, and everything like that. So these are the existing conditions of what we have. It's a long property, so we have a sign at each end and then a sign in the middle. Obviously, they're not looking that nice right now. There's more pictures on the next slide. So this is the north sign. The two at the top corners are the sign in the middle. And then I think there's another slide. These are the ones in the south. So it's tricky because part of the property is in Cleveland and part is in Shaker Heights. This part is in Shaker Heights. So the other two are in Cleveland. So I'm really here about two signs, but they're all included in this presentation just so you can see the overall scope of our project. So if we move on to the next part, this is just a map showing where the signs are. So this whole right side of Van Aken Boulevard from Woodard Road to up toward Drexmore Road, that's how long our property is. So it's pretty long. And again, the one at the sign at the bottom is in Shaker Heights. So I think there's more maps on the next two slides showing where they are. I think there's one more. Yeah, so it's a long property. So if we move on to the design. So we finalized this design after a lot of edits and a lot of work just to, because we thought this was the best. We have the obviously the apartment name managed by Smartland. We have the equal opportunity housing logo small on there. So I anticipate you guys are gonna ask about why the address isn't on the front. So we first thought about putting it on the side of the sign, but then with the position the signs are in, it wouldn't be visible from every angle, pretty much. And then we initially thought, well, let's put it on the front of the sign. And we just thought that if we put it on the front, there's just too much on the sign. It looks too jumbled, and it's not like going for that simple, professional, clean look that we're going for. And not to mention that every building pretty much has a different address. So, you know, it's just easier to leave them off, and we thought it looked nice and everything. So the two in Cleveland, the measurements are going to be 9 feet wide and 4.5 feet tall on the taller side. And then the one in Shaker Heights is going to be, because our guidelines are different, it's going to be 6 feet wide and 3 feet tall. So it's going to be two signs that are the same size and then one that's slightly smaller. But the thing about the size of the signs is that they're all going to keep that same proportion with the design, if that makes sense. Like everything's going to be proportionally the same. The design's not going to change. It's going to be the same design. But it's just a slight difference of size between them. So if we move on to the next, skip this and go straight to our site plan. These are our site plans. This is basically shows the footage of how far it is from the sidewalk of the road. So we just basically base this on where the flower beds are now. I know I talked with, I was in another meeting and they had questions and concerns about the footage from the property lines, the roads. But we just thought, you know, instead of moving the whole flower bed back, we would just put it in the existing flower bed. And obviously it's going to be, those flower beds will be updated to look nice with the signs. So if we go through our site plans, we can see all of them, how many feet it's going to be from the sidewalk and the road. This is the second sign, the one in the middle, and then the next one. This will be the one in Shaker Heights. And then if we move on, we made landscaping plans for each sign. So this is the sign in Shaker Heights, or this is the only one that has a landscaping plan. But yeah, every sign we're gonna plant boxwood. It's a species of evergreen bushes behind each sign. One of the concerns we had was Shaker Heights requires this sort of low evergreen bushes to be planted around the signs. So we thought, okay, we might as well do this for every sign. And we wanted to do it in a way that it could be also behind the sign. So it could cover up that kind of empty back of the sign, you know, to make it look better, I guess you could say. So yeah, these are our mock-ups. The locations of the sign, what the end result is going to look like. And then we move on, we have the installation instructions. So our fabricator is in China. That's why there's Chinese on there. But it's really simple, just, you know. And then the blueprints, these are the materials. And then if you go on to the next page, this one right here, you'll see that the elements on the right are going to light up, all the letters within the sign, and the elements on the left are not going to light up. But none of the sign is going to be like 3D. It's all going to be 2D, and these are elements on the right are going to light up.
All right. And does that conclude your presentation?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Before we get to questions and comments, we'll listen to feedback from the local design review committee and their recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Greater Cuyahoga Valley Historic Design Review Advisory Committee twice. They first saw it in May, on May 6th, and it was kind of seen schematically, and they had a lot of questions about the sizing and wanting to see the size cohesive between all three locations, just because it's one large site. And so they had comments about consistency in size, what the visibility is for that middle sign for pedestrians walking along Van Aken, legibility just with the writing. And then when it returned in August, they had discussion about the sizes and how the size for Shakers slightly different for what they allow versus City of Cleveland, and it still requires approval from Shaker Heights Landmarks Commission as their own separate kind of review. And the sign at the main corner was much larger, and so the committee thought that it'd be more appropriate to have a more consistent sizing between the signs. And so they recommended the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness with the condition that the larger sign not be higher than 4.5 feet high. And then it was scaled down for this presentation to kind of show that scale down, and that the final landscaping details, like the species of what would be planted there, would be submitted to staff.
Excellent. And then Landmark staff recommendation?
And thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think, Landmarks agrees with a lot of locals committees. I think generally we're happy to see them doing something more permanent at this building. Something more colonial inspired might be more appropriate given the strong, architectural style of this area. We also question the appropriateness of the internal illuminated sign. I guess to that point, we also had some questions about the actual construction. Like, will there be an actual footer? How is electrical connected? In the installation instructions, it showed like an extension cord. So just want to ensure that that's all done to code and that there's a proper footer placed, as opposed to showing or an installation that was shown on that diagram. And then also just wanted, I guess, confirmation on the letter O in the signage. It looks like it's connected at the top and the bottom. Is that how it's actually going to be routed out, or will it be a full circle? Other than that, that was our only questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the recommendation. Then we'll open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Before we get to our comments, would you like to respond about the O?
Yeah, that's how it's gonna look on the finished product.
So the O will be sections, not continuous?
Yeah.
Okay, and can you answer the question about a footer? Will it receive a code compliant footer, or is it what you see on the diagram?
Yeah, it'll receive one. We have a whole construction department that will take care of all that stuff. And
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, then we will open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Would like to start us off? Oh, Mr. Dulick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we go to the slide that shows the sign in the context with that corner site of the building in the background. Yeah. Given the almost, I think it's about urban design, the strength of how that building addresses the corner, I think warrants something, for lack of a better term, something a little more monumental. Not that you'd literally echo the building in the background, but I understand what you're doing from a branding perspective, and this sign almost seems inspired by the flavor of the interior design, which I appreciate. However, I think given especially the prominence of this corner in particular, and that relationship between the street and the sign and the building, I'd like to see something more harmonious. Again, I think if the particular aesthetic of kind of the wood piece and the non-wood piece, I think them sort of sitting cheek by jowl, I think it seems awkward to me in itself, or at least not as elegant as it could be, whether it was overlapped. But I think that the strength of bringing some of the, not literally necessarily, but the kind of sensibility and quality embedded in that colonial flavor. And this is kind of a gateway to that whole section of Shaker Heights. I think it warrants something more monumental and something that feels more, I don't have a problem with the size personally. But I think if we're going to have something that is that monumental, it needs to feel more in harmony and in keeping with the building and the historic district. I think it needs, there's an opportunity to do something that's really brings the presence of the character of the building closer to the street. And I think that seizing that opportunity is what I would recommend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dula. Yes, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we should probably stick with this photo. This is a very elegant kind of Georgian colonial building, and I think that needs to be incorporated in the sign and in the branding for that building. Especially it being in a district. The sign does not relate to the building in any way as far as the fonts, the color palette. Again, it has a very somber, dark color palette. The building itself is earth tones and a more lighter feel to it. So, I really cannot support the sign the way it is now. It just seems kind of off the shelf and does not relate to the environment and the building. So those are basically my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Lozier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in alignment in general with my fellow commission members' comments. I think the thing for me that seems sort of most incongruous is the wood. The wood look of the sort of larger portion of the sign. To me, the building behind it reads sort of this something of permanence. You have stone, you have brick. Wood, sort of in this context, feels less than a little bit. From my perspective, I do think the sign in general looks a little generic. It could relate a little bit more to the building itself, but even just a change of what that particular material or look of that material is, maybe it felt more like stone that pulls some of that stone either detailing or coloration may help to make it feel a bit more in keeping with sort of the spirit of the building that's behind it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lozier. I would echo that. I think if the material, the wood was changed to a brick or a stone, something that could be used in a more modern way, but relate back to the buildings themselves, it would be more successful in this district. And I think the only other comment would be the size of the Colony logo as it relates, because of the border, how close it is to the edges of the sign. I personally would prefer that logo to be smaller to give an appropriate, breadth around the signage on all sides versus going really close to it, or how it appears in, the renderings and the details that you submitted. So we have two options here. I'm just going to get right to it because we're all starting to get on the back side of the meeting, is that we can either move forward with taking a vote, or we could table you to allow you to go back and look at the materiality and design of the sign.
Could I respond to you guys
Sure.
real quick? So when we first presented this in May to the zoning committee, we went with a lighter color for that wood look. It's not wood, just to clarify. It's but we went with a lighter color, and the feedback they gave us, the lighter color we used more matched the building, and the feedback they told us was this needs to be a darker color so that you could see the letters and the lettering and the design on the front. Another thing too is we mentioned the history of the building and how it can match. So these signs were designed with the purpose of that sort of balance of keeping the history of the property, but also marketing it to say, look, this, you know, this property may look this way, but when you come on the inside, the units are brand new, the hallways are brand new, things are brand new, and these are nice units. And we want our signs to kind of express that to people that come visit our properties. And we just felt like this design was like that perfect balance of keeping the integrity of the building or buildings, but also saying to people that see this, saying, hey, the stuff in here is brand new. You know, these are new units. We put a lot of work into renovating these and making this a nice modern place to live. And we just felt like this design echoed that. And your point about the letters being so big, we are doing that on purpose. We want these to be as big as possible so people can easily read these from far away. That's why they light up so it's more visible at night and everything. And another thing too is that this design is going to be, we're doing this at multiple apartment buildings. So with this design, we made a different variation of each design for all of our different buildings. So this isn't just a design that's going to be used at one property. It's a design that's going to be used at multiple properties to kind of build our brand and kind of make everything we do consistent so that when you see one of our properties, you don't just think of all the things that we talked about. You think, oh, this is a Smartland property. This is who they are. You know, we've heard good things about them. You know, they have great service. They got, you know, nice renovated units and all that. So that's just kind of the thought process that went behind the design itself. So it took a lot of editing and a lot of different feedback from different people to sort of finalize this. And I feel like this is kind of like the perfect balance of what we're going for with this property. So.
Well, we appreciate that you're providing the signage, and I think it will make a huge difference to provide that, you know, street presence and or let people know that you're investing. I think it's just the material, and I do appreciate the contrast so that it is legible. But did you explore any other materials except for the wood look? Is it a laminate cabinet? Is that what I'm seeing, or is it a? I'm sorry, I can't tell what the meaning or the material is for the larger cabinet. Can you, Chris? Is it a metal panel?
It's metal. None of it is wood. It's all
Okay.
metal.
So did you explore any other materials except for the wood look metal panel?
We did, but we kind of, when we were looking around at these sort of things, we just thought, you know, everybody else is doing these kinds of things and we don't want to be like everybody else. And that's kind of one of our things we go by. And so we just felt like we needed to make a design that's like that nobody's done, or something that's not common, you know, that people haven't seen. So it sticks out more. And we just felt like this, you know, when we finalized this was the way to go.
And this is, you know, a sign that could be very successful in many places. I think we're talking specifically because this is a historic district, which has, you know, different rules based on you being a historic district. So we have two options. We could, we appreciate, you know, all of that feedback, and you've heard ours. So we have two options to either we can move forward with taking a vote as we sit right now, or if you'd like to, you know, review the materiality with internally, we can table you to allow you that time.
So the only concern is the color of the material finish.
I don't believe it's the color of the material, it's the material itself. And please, if I'm putting words in the commission's mouth, please let me say that. But I think it's not relating to the materiality of the buildings. So to me, it's the material and how it relates to the buildings, not just the color of the metal surround. It's the material of the surround.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Let's not do a vote. Let's go back and we can go back and edit and make some changes.
Okay, so with your permission then, I will ask for a motion to table.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to table.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Thank you, Mr. Dulick. Then Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Dr. Mersman, or
Yes.
Director Mersman.
Yes.
Motion. Mr. Strickland,
It
Yes,
looks like
Mr.
he
Strickland?
exited.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Tresick,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trot.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
All right. Well, then we look forward to seeing you come back in the next, as soon as the next meeting, whenever you're ready. And just, you can, contact staff offline.
All right, sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll then move on to our next applicant, located at 11001 Euclid Avenue, Mendel Concert Hall at Severance Music Center signage.
Madam Chair, I need to recuse myself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Should two people just left? Should we wait for them?
No.
No?
There was a recusal and, but we do have enough to continue on. So
Okay.
please.
Please proceed to the title sheet.
Jessica. Oh, yes. Could you please introduce yourself?
Thank you for allowing us to present this morning, first of all. I'm Richard Levitt on behalf of the Cleveland Orchestra. I'm here with sign contractor Ryan Brady with Brady Signs. And online is Laura Cleland, facilities project manager with the Cleveland Orchestra. After my presentation, we'll be glad to answer any questions. To introduce this proposal, we want to first highlight the need for the two new sidewalk kiosks. In late 2021, Severance Hall was rebranded as Severance Music Center, with its main hall renamed Mendel Concert Hall. This rebranding reflects a broader, more inclusive vision, positioning Severance as a welcoming cultural hub for the entire Cleveland community. The orchestra's programming is thoughtfully being expanded to include a wider range of musical styles and attract younger and more diverse audiences. These kiosks, featuring digital message screens, are essential to this transformation. They will signal that Severance is not only the home of the Cleveland Orchestra, but also a venue for all types of music, from classical to jazz, Latin, pop, and rock, similar to other major entertainment venues such as New York's Carnegie Hall and Lincoln Center, and Playhouse Square here in Cleveland. The building already hosts a variety of events, including art exhibitions, business gatherings, school concerts, and community programs. With its new identity as Severance Music Center, these kiosks will be vital tools for sharing its dynamic programming and engaging new audiences. Next slide, please. While we initially considered a large monument sign at the south corner, with the advice of the Greater Northeast Historic Design Review Committee, as well as comments from University Circle and Case Western Reserve reps, we abandoned this concept for the sidewalk kiosk approach, as we were all very impressed by the existing Playhouse Square Historic District sidewalk kiosks. We found the kiosks to be more contextual in character and pedestrian friendly. So with that in mind, we now propose two new similar sidewalk kiosks, each located at the east and west building entrances fronting Euclid Avenue and East Boulevard, respectively. Go back to the first one, I'm sorry. Thank you. As is required by the landmarks application, I will show pictures of the existing building and the surrounding context for both immediate and at University Circle. First, this site plan shows at the top right the proposed East Boulevard entrance kiosk located at 3-foot setback. And at the bottom is the proposed Euclid Avenue entrance kiosk located at 5-foot setback. Next slide, please. This shows the building's neoclassical deco facades. Please notice the east and west entrances. Next slide, please. This slide shows the two existing Severance monument signs at east and west entrances and the parking sign for the garage shared by both Case and Severance. Next slide. These signs are across Euclid, the new sculpture art letters and the Case sign at the corner of Euclid and Adelbert. Next. Next, please. Further northeast on Euclid, these sites are associated with university hospitals and MOCA with large active digital message centers. Next slide. A few other institutional buildings along Euclid, the Church of the Covenant and Think Center at Mather College, part of Case. Next slide, please. And these are other sites and large format banners at University Circle Museums and Cleveland Institute of Music. Next slide, please. And across Wade Lagoon is the existing monument sign at the historic University Circle United Methodist Church. Next slide, please. Now about the new proposed kiosks. As mentioned earlier, our proposed kiosk design is inspired by the Playhouse Square Historic District sidewalk kiosk with digital screens. Notice the shape and decoration and how well integrated they are to the sidewalks and proximity to the street, addressing both pedestrian and vehicular traffic. Next slide, please. We also considered the simplicity of the existing monument signs and restrained neoclassical exterior of Severance Music Center. Next slide. However, the most important material and decorative elements came from the silver aluminum entry pilasters and the deco interior detailing, in particular, the ticketing kiosk at the Reinberger Concert Hall. I would like to point out the following key borrowed elements: the top concave cornice, the Capitol's vertical fluting, and the paneled pilasters. Next slide, please. To our proposed design. So we are proposing two double-sided freestanding sidewalk kiosks with digital screens. Notice the top concave cornice, the capitals with vertical fluting, the extension of the fluting along the edges of the pilasters, and the matching fluted pilaster bases. The entire cabinet is made of aluminum, painted to match the building exterior taupe color, with all decorative elements being brushed aluminum, the horizontal extended caps, the fluted capitals and bases, and the pilaster edges, they are all brushed aluminum. Overall height of kiosk is 9 foot 3 inches by 5 foot at the base and 5 foot 4 inches at the top cornice. Its side width is 2 foot 8 inches at the base and 3 foot 1/2 inch at the top cornice. The text at top and bottom is 3/4 inch push-through acrylic halo illumination with a silver vinyl surface. All text is 3 inches tall. The digital screen is 4 foot 11 inches tall by 3 foot 3 inches wide. Next slide, please. And this shows a night view of the sign. Here you can see the halo illumination effect. Then the next 2 slides, please. This shows views at its proposed locations as you walk this one along Euclid. And then the next one along East Boulevard. In conclusion, we believe that these proposed kiosks support the building's rebranding and ongoing marketing communication needs with a contextual and elegant design that caters to both pedestrian and vehicular traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. We will then move on to Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Greater Northeast Historic Design Review Advisory Committee originally on March 18th. At that time, as our applicant noted, there was a sign, one sign that was kind of at the corner. And a lot of the comments from the committee members at that meeting were just that you want to have the clean lines and views of Severance Music Center, celebrate the building. And so the applicants returned back August 5th. And presented what we're seeing today with the signs on either side of the building. The committee did not have a quorum at that meeting, but the committee members present thought that what was proposed was a great solution for the location, fitting the needs for the organization, as well as providing good visibility for cars and people, and that they took the previous comments into consideration. And just noting that the variances that may or may not be needed are unknown at this time, because we need to measure the site plan.
All right, thank you. Then we'll move on to Landmark staff recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff appreciates the incorporation of the design elements from Severance into the signage, and we're generally supportive of this, locations, design, all of that. But there are some zoning and public right-of-way issues that need to be resolved and by other bodies. We're unsure of the variances, like Jessica mentioned, because we haven't received the requested measured site plan. This will have to go before PetBot as they're have been advised, they have been advised. And so I think the thing staff wanted to really just ensure is that this would only be for advertising events at the Severance Music Center and not paid outside advertising. And then we're also curious about hours of operation for the digital screens. Thank you.
Thank you for that summary. Before we open up the floor to the commission for questions, would you like to respond to those 2 items that staff brought up? The hours of operation?
Hours of operations. So we have a representative, Laura Cleland. Maybe she could answer those questions. She's with the Cleveland Orchestra.
And also about the content, is it just focused on advertisement of events within the facility, or is there any other outside advertisement that is intended on these screens?
Laura, are you available?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
You can hear me,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, sorry. I believe it would only be advertising of events in the building. And as far as time, I mean, some of our events go, to 10, 11 by the time everyone clears out. I don't have an answer if it will be turned. Are you looking to see whether it be turned off overnight? Is that what you're?
Yes, through the chair, just, wondering if it'll have reduced illumination, after certain hours, or if it will just be on all night. Will it be changing copy all night? Like, is there any kind of plan for that? And if not, staff would advise that some sort of plan for, I guess the hours of operation as far as when level of turn on and periodicness of how often the image changes be submitted to staff.
May I make a few comments, suggestions, just for conversation's sake, similar types of locations? So number one, in terms of, it's going to be all Cleveland Orchestra. Severance was our understanding. They do have Blossom as another musical venue. If anything, they may announce Blossom things. I'm just making a suggestion. I don't know if that's a problem.
It's usually focused on the organizations, things that related to the organization.
So that is the Cleveland Orchestra's venue. So would that be accepted? I'm asking the question because I would propose to advertise Blossom in the summer as well. I mean, it's the Cleveland Orchestra.
And I think.
So I don't know, I'm just asking because I know.
Yeah, I mean, staff has no issue with that. I mean.
Okay, then that would be, then I would tell you that, that is what it's for. It's going to be sponsored Severance, Cleveland Orchestra events in general. Laura, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we would do that, but yeah, it's
okay. I mean, generally in the type of doing types of event venues, both Ryan and I have been involved with this. That is kind of typically you want to incorporate whatever the Cleveland Orchestra is involved in doing these. So that's number one. Number two, in terms of the how late this could be, there's a couple of technical options here. Most venues kind of do it, in a location where there are no residential areas visible. It's facing a commercial street and it's facing the lagoon. I would say that stay okay till midnight, and yet you can then have a reduced illumination after that so that it doesn't look like you don't want the screen to be black. It's just not a great idea. It promotes an element of safety to at least have some level of illumination. And maybe you can address to what you can do in terms of programming.
And I think we're in support of all of that.
Okay.
It's just submitting that for our record so that we have it and so that there is a understanding, because we do agree that having it black is not, preferred, but having reduced illumination is probably preferred for everyone. So it's not blinding people in the evening. So I don't think we have to define that right now.
Okay.
And it can be submitted similarly, just a statement saying what confirming, or we can actually just put a restriction on it right now, which we'll probably do, just stating that it can be used for advertisement of the organization, solely for the use of, advertisement for the organization only. So we can address it that way too, but wanted to clarify before we get into it. So thank you for the detail, but I think we are good.
So just to clarify, so if it's an event at Severance, like Sammy De Leon is doing a Hispanic heritage concert there, or someone rents Severance Hall, may not be the Cleveland Orchestra, but it's there.
Things with.
That's the whole point of the music. Okay.
For the organization. And if Blossom is part of that and chosen, then I think that would fall into the same purview as Mr. Musson had mentioned.
Okay.
So that can be spoken offline in more detail. And since right now we'll just focus more on the design itself.
Okay, wonderful.
So, but those are requirements, will probably be requirements with the a vote. Okay, so we'll open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Does anyone have, Ms. Anderson? I see your hand halfway go up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you incorporating elements of the architecture of the building into the sign. I have two questions. How bright is the illumination, and is the graphics going to be static, or is it going to change every 30 seconds or every minute? You know, or
The,
is it going to be one?
it'll be similar to Playhouse Square. So during the day, it's brighter, and then at night, it automatically has got a way to come down to, so that it's not a jarring thing on your face. And in terms of the, to my knowledge, they're not going to have moving pictures like videos. It's more statics that change, like posters that change. Generally, for this type of thing, you want 10 to 12 seconds. I believe, I don't know if that, or 15 seconds. It just depends on how.
Yeah, it varies. I mean, so ODOT uses for their digital billboards, ODOT uses 8 seconds as a minimum hold time.
Yeah.
So traditionally, we've seen municipalities who adopt that as a minimum. Certainly others have longer hold times, if preferred. So, and as Richard alluded to, the illumination piece of it, yes, at peak daylight hours, it's going to be at its max brightness, but then it will auto dim as it gets later in the day, so it's not that, you know, that blinding light source.
Okay, excellent. Ms. Anderson, does that?
Yeah, I think my preference is if the graphics would last longer than 8 seconds, so you're not having this, you know, I think that it would be easier on the eye to, you know, have a longer hold. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Dr. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is related to your earlier discussion about requirements for what might be advertised on the kiosk, and I think they're beautiful. But I know one of the things that the Cleveland Orchestra has done in recent years is sponsor this opera and humanities festival. Usually in the spring, and the programming has been wonderful, but also presented in partnership with arts organizations and humanities institutions like the Western Reserve Historical Society's Cleveland History Center, but partnerships with organizations around the city. And so again, if there is a specific list of requirements or a specific description, I would ask that perhaps we think of including the Mandel partnerships through the Opera and Humanities Festival, so that those activities might also be considered as legitimate programming that could be advertised using the kiosk.
I think this is great feedback, and just in the interest of time, I do think that could be finalized with staff, so that we can, you know, really get into the details of it, but allow us to, you know, move forward with this case because it's important. But in the interest of time, I think we'll move forward. If that's good. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Williams. Anything else, or did that conclude your comments? I see your hand still up. Perfect. Thank you. I'll just, okay, go ahead, Mr. Doolittle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just got to commend the applicant and the organization for looking at precedents and for bringing one of the most wonderful aspects of Severance actually out to the street, which is the stuff that you normally don't see rendered in silver metal. I think that's fantastic. I do have a question though, and it brings up just some, and whether we have the conversation in this context or not, I don't know. But I think it is the challenge that, as Mr. Musson mentioned, PetBot and putting it actually in the right of way and in the street. We just look quick at the site plan and see exactly where these fall relative to both the curb and that kind of curb at the back of the sidewalk, which I presume is the right of way, and what the landscaping's like there. Again,
The render, the last two images were, that is probably a better,
okay.
yeah.
And again, we haven't been able to get that kind of feedback from those PetBot or zoning because we don't have that measured site plan, so we don't have those exact details.
I think what we did is we tried to keep it away from that crosswalk area and far away from the stoplight so that there was enough distance from there and still close enough right by the entrances. And the same thing on the other side, there's actually a parallel parking area. So there's even a bigger buffer there from the traffic. And again, it's on East Boulevard there. So,
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to.
yeah, thank you.
to
Those are good
understand-
questions.
Understand the placement, and at first I thought, well, can they be more integrated into the landscape and you keep them out of the right of way? But I think this is a necessary presence.
So, yeah, and we actually,
I'm
we
sure you
did a
did.
lot of searching, not just, I happened to be in New York looking at some similar things, and of course Playhouse Square, where you can actually see them, and they're literally like 18 inches to 24 inches from the street, literally.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's, really exciting.
I want to just add a little color to that. So we are actively working on the site plan that's been requested, working with OOPS on the utility front and also getting historical utility plans from the orchestra. It appears that at least on the east, there's not a lot of stuff happening there, but along Euclid, there's a higher presence of utilities. So we'll be navigating that too. So we are working through that final site plan for the other agencies to review.
I'll just add one last comment, I guess, that, I'm in support of the signage. I think it's, a wonderful addition. It's a great way to respect the style of the building, but bring that modern, element that is needed to show the expanded program. So I'm in support of it. In the architectural design, my questions are you keeping the existing signage that's there that does say the Severance Music Hall?
yes.
Okay, so reinforces that. I personally feel it's redundant having it on the bottom also. I do appreciate it's just a lot of signage that's going to be right there to say Severance, and then Mandel. Why?
So actually, when we spoke with University Circle, we didn't have it. They asked for it. Mandel said they wanted to make the connection between the interior hall and the building on the one side. And also it came up at the other organization, one of the individuals. And I mean, at that point, we talked about it. So that's interesting. It's really Mandel Concert Hall at Severance Music Center. I mean, that's the actual brand.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I personally think it's a lot right next to the other sign, since it is obviously there. I can understand the position, but that's my personal preference.
That's okay, yeah, sure.
So I think that is it. I did have made notes of some of the things that we've said through, our conversation. I don't know if others have any more questions, or if someone would like to put forward a motion.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. This is Xavier Bay. I just wanted to make sure that it was aware that a encroachment permit is needed for this to get final approval through the city. That would be through PetBot.
Excellent. Thank you for making us aware of that. All right, and I'll make note of that too. Are we at a position that someone would like to make a motion? Mr. Dulick?
Thank you, Madam Chair, but through the chair to staff first, do we need to include support for any necessary encroachment permits as part of the?
If you would like, I don't believe we can grant any
Right.
with this body. We can only vary the signage code. So if you're so inclined to include support for them, you can include that in a motion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Musson. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve as presented with the requirement that the plan for the content, frequency, and intensity of the illuminated signage be submitted to staff for review, as well as include support for the necessary encroachment permits through the PetBot process.
Can
And
I
is there,
suggest a measured, scaled site plan?
yes, thank you. Another requirement is the scaled site plan submitted to the staff for their review.
All right, so we
and
have,
approval.
thank you. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Ms. Anderson? All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion?
Could I just bring up one administrative issue, which is maybe for our zoning staff to weigh in on? If it is determined that variances are needed through the assessment of the dimension site plan, Xavier, would that bring them back to us because it's sign variances? Or could we include that as a condition? Should we incorporate that into the motion in some way?
I think I may want to defer to Shannon Leonard, the chief zoning administrator, but from my understanding, since this is in the right of way, um, I, I don't believe other than visibility at intersections, there be any other zoning consideration.
So are we good? Okay, excellent. All right, so we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Messon, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dryer?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick? Yes. Mr. Loesch is recusing. Director Mersman?
Yes.
Mr. Trasick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Trott?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 7-1 with 1 recusal.
Excellent. All right.
Thank you very much.
Good luck with your project.
Thanks.
We'll then move on to our 6th applicant, located at, where are we located here? The Cleveland Cultural Gardens audio tour signage. I'd like to welcome the applicant. If you could please announce yourself and then tell us about your project.
Yes, hello, everybody. My name is Thomas Turkley. I am the Executive Director of the Cleveland Cultural Gardens located in Rockefeller Park. I'm going to move on to, okay, whoop.
And just for
So-
housekeeping, just let us know when you need to be, the slides to be moved forward. And we ask to try to keep your presentation to less than 10 minutes.
It'll be brief. Thank you. Next slide, please. Well, the purpose of this, of our audio tour signage is we have been working on a self-guided audio tour that visitors can access while they're walking through the gardens. It has become evident through the years of giving guided tours of all the information that the visitors don't glean from just actually seeing the gardens. There's a lot of information behind the gardens that is not necessarily apparent. So we decided to create an audio tour that has a lot of more background information into the gardens and into the communities. Each recording is basically about 90 seconds and gives some information as to what they see in the gardens, but also to why they see what's in the gardens and what necessarily they can't see, like layout designs, motifs. It does give history of architects or designers behind each garden, and as well as a brief history of immigration of each community into Northeast Ohio, and who the sponsoring organization is of each garden and how to reach out to that garden if they have any other questions or want to get involved. Since there is no general overall single entry point into the gardens, as you know, they're all strewed along Martin Luther King Drive and East Boulevard. We decided that it would be necessary to install a sign at each entry point into the garden. Otherwise, if a visitor comes through and happens upon a sign halfway through his walk, they would miss some of the garden's information. Some of the gardens, which have 2 levels or 2 entry points, either stretching from like East Boulevard down to Martin Luther King, or like the African American that goes also from Wheelock down to Martin Luther King, they have 2 entry points, so they will have an additional sign. The location of the signs will vary, basically because there is no uniformity. We looked at originally putting them like near each garden sign, but each garden sign doesn't have uniformity setbacks. Some of them have further setbacks from the pathways, so they are not physically accessible to the visitor. You would have to walk over some more grass or some landscaping that's been put around the signs. So we tried to make it as uniform as possible by putting it near an entry point where it's accessible to the visitor. All the signs will be the same, so the content and what you see on the sign will be the same throughout. There will be a QR code that takes a visitor to the app, where they can either view it on a website, or it will be available to download either through the Google Play Store or the Apple Play Store. And the gardens will be, they're listed alphabetically, and you just click on whichever garden you happen to be in. Next slide, please. So this is just like a site plan of the cultural gardens within Rockefeller Park. Just to note, those where those markings are don't necessarily include all the gardens. This is just what pops up when you do a Google map of the garden. So that doesn't reflect where all the signs are going to go. Those are just some of the gardens that get highlighted. Next slide, please. So here's a rendering of the sign itself. It's going to be, the signs themselves are going to be aluminum, 1/8 inch aluminum, painted black with vinyl graphics on an aluminum tube that will be set into the ground for security. We plan on having them set into concrete. We do plan on going to OOPS once this gets approved with the locations to make sure we're okay with all the buried utilities. Next slide, please. So this kind of gives a kind of rendering of how the signs will look in proportion to the existing garden signs that are at each garden. Not necessarily where the location of that particular sign will be, but that's just gives you a height comparison to the signage. Next slide, please. This is the actual sign itself. It's going to be 8 inches by 10 inches. It incorporates our logo, which is the white logo in the middle. Just letting people know about the audio tour stop, the app name where they can go to download it, or the QR code on there where they can scan it and go directly to that app. Next slide, please. These 3 photos give different location variables. You can see the black pole with the blue topping to it, kind of highlighting where the proposed sign locations are for all the gardens. All the gardens had been marked out. I only provided these 3 to show certain signs that are close to the garden signs will be placed there. Some of the other ones that are not will be close, like the middle one at the entry point if the sign is not accessible. And then some of the gardens where even the entry point may not make sense, either because of lawn being there and then grass cutting. The sign has been moved a little bit further into the gardens, but still kind of at an entry point of when you're walking into the garden. Next slide, please. I think that's it.
Excellent. Thank you for the presentation. We'll then move on to Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations.
So we received a letter from the Cultural Gardens Federation, and our applicant can definitely speak to that as well. But it was approved, the Cleveland Cultural Gardens Federation's Executive Board approved the design and placement of the signage for the self-guided audio tour throughout the gardens, following the recommendation of the Federation's Design and Preservation Committees in July.
Thank you. And then Landmark staff recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Landmark staff has been involved in the discussion for these signs since the beginning. We're very supportive. Would just like to note that each garden will have to pull its own permit for the installation since they have their own addresses, but we're just looking for one certificate of appropriateness to approve all of them today.
Program, basically.
Yes, yeah, correct.
Excellent. Okay. Then we'll open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Excuse me. Who'd like to start us off?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is fantastic, first of all. I think it adds a layer to these gardens that give the context and perspective, which I think is, not necessarily inherently understood as you're either driving by or walking by. I do have a few questions and some comments. The first is just, making sure that paying attention to the accessibility of these signs. So just thinking about, are the heights appropriate for, ADA accessible, accessibility? Also providing, access directly to the placards from a walking surface standpoint, so that people with different mobility issues can get up to and take use their phone to scan the QR codes. So those are sort of just two sort of general sort of accessibility sort of just observations and things just to make sure that those are following that. The second sort of, I guess, question is you included the proposed signage, and you said that this was the sort of the final version. And to me, it doesn't. What's included in the package doesn't seem like it's quite finished. There's, you're just looking at the shapes. They have sort of jagged edges. The text itself doesn't appear to be centered in the white circle. So I just wanted to know, is this a draft version, or is this sort of the final version that you're looking to include on each of the different locations?
I'm sorry about the graphics on that part. It will be refined. Yes, there will be a greater detail to the logo, and the centering of it will be cleaned up. And if need be, I can resubmit that for approval. But yeah, that will be cleaned up. As far as the location and accessibility, that is specifically why there wasn't like a uniform location for the signs, because each garden has a different accessibility, but the setbacks were made so that it will be accessible to the person walking by, as well as ADA. That was a consideration we had put into the signs and the heights and the location. So as you can see, they are set back off the sidewalk, so they're not right up on the sidewalk, but they're still with somebody's hand. You're able to get to the sign and activate the QR code.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Other questions and comments? Not seeing any other comments. Would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Lozier?
I'll make a motion to approve as presented with the condition just to submit the final artwork to staff for review.
Great, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any further discussion? Not seeing it. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
And Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dryer?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Director Mersman?
Yes.
Mr. Tresick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Trott?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. We will then move on to our next applicant located at 9816 Winchester Avenue, window replacement. I'd like to welcome the applicant. Please announce yourself and tell us about your project. Is the applicant from Window Nation present? Is the applicant from Window Nation present? Not hearing anyone respond, we're going to skip over that and move on to the 9th applicant, since we did withdrawal case 8, which would be the 45 West new construction.
Good morning, afternoon. How are you guys? So I'm Chad Curtis from My Place Group. We originally brought this project and it was approved about a year ago. The building at that point, there's a lot of slides to start. So there, some of them are for context, really just kind of the neighborhood, different changes we've made through this process, kind of making people aware who weren't here for some of that. But I want to say with the slides, right around 60 is where it starts the new presentation. While we find that. But yeah, basically, there was a building that was meant to, in this picture, you can see right where the dot is. Just a small portion up on the front was actually going to remain. A few days after our city planning approval, it ended up burning down. So kind of set us back, and now we met with the neighbors to the north to see if we could acquire that site for additional parking or any type of other uses with the project. We also looked in this picture, you can see there was a little small warehouse next to the 45th side on the southern part of the building. But that didn't make any sense financially for us to include it, and it would just really expanded the size of the project. What we're looking at right here is the building on the left that would have stayed, and that is now unfortunately burned down, so that's no longer there. What you'll see in the new plans really is just an expansion of the front of the building, really kind of making it mirror what was presented and improved. This is a, yeah, I want to, this is a good site plan. So overall, we've done nothing to the footprints of the buildings, except for where the old building was burned, and then now new building will replace that. What we have done to the site plan though is between building 1, which is on 45th on the left side, and building 2, which is the building in the middle, there was a back area that had garages on building 1. We are converting those into apartments, and then we will be providing additional parking inside of the building. But we've turned the space between the two buildings into a greenery space, kind of a courtyard. Again, nothing has changed from a site plan except for this. What we'll plan to do here, we have to meet with PetBot just to kind of discuss this change, but we'll plan, assuming that that will be satisfactory to them, is permeable pavers. So the trucks will be able to drive on that area as though it was a paved surface, but it'll just be green space looking. Really maintaining generally the retail that was in the project originally up on the front of the building. You can go to the next slide. The main change we've made to the building is a couple different things. So inside of the footprint of the building, 1, I mentioned we're switching garages into residential units, similar to what a building we did on 48th and Franklin called Franklin West, where it's the building itself is all apartments, parking is outside. The other change we've made to building 2 is expanding the community spaces. So we haven't added any call it rentable area for additional residents, but what we did was add a community room on top of what was the 5th floor community room, so we can potentially have a deck and a pool on the roof there for the tenants. One of the things too you'll see in some of the better angles is with the multiple rounds of design feedback we received, we set the building back on the 5th floor, and then this 6th floor is set back additional to that. So it kind of tiers all the way back into the middle, but set back from the street pretty significantly. We could go to the next slide. Actually, and just to talk so there's clarity on it, what we did was change some of the units in building 2. We split up larger 1-bedrooms, and we maintained all the 2 bedrooms, but we made them into studios and smaller 1-bedrooms, which will help the affordability of the project and the units in the future. This again is really just kind of showing what we did was just mirrored the other side of the building with what was already planned on the eastern portion. You can keep going. Here's the view of the, I guess this would be with your back facing downtown, looking west. Again, really, this is pretty similar. Nothing has changed in this view from what was originally presented and approved. We go to the next. This is off of 45th. Again, the only thing you would see in one of the other slides is windows dropping down on the back of building 1 for the apartments on the ground level. We could go to the next slide.
Same thing here. This is what was from before. And just starting to call out materials. Two comments. One is this framing was to be added from the previous approvals. And then another one, which I realized at our last local design meeting that we missed the comment in putting it into the approved set of plans, was the front of the Lorraine building on building 2 is to have more of a double hung type of window versus more of the longer windows that are shown. So those would be double hung type of windows. This shows the back of that. Again, where these were garage doors on the bottom, they're now windows and doors. And all materials and all different sides have maintained what was approved before. So nothing from a material perspective, windows or siding, any of that has changed. Again, here the 2 windows on the bottom left are what's different. Go to the next. Same thing here would be the 2 windows on the right. We could go to the next. Again, this is if you were able to be inside of the building across the street, you wouldn't really actually see this, but really just carried up the vision from the 5th floor to expand that community space up there. And then the rest of the building is essentially the same. Again, the same as what was approved previously. We could go to the next slide. We could go to the next slide too. One comment that we did receive last week at design review, which I'm happy to incorporate or maybe shift it a little bit, is this is a staircase where under the word face brick. So putting in some more windows in that to kind of carry that line up. So depending on the ultimate layout of the stairs, we would put windows or more windows in that as well. So we could go to the next slide. This is the building off of 44th. And again, this is the same as what was approved previously. We could, yeah. Again, same materials as previously approved and same project. We could go to the next slide. Same thing here. Nothing has changed on this. We could go to the next slide. Same here. Again, all was approved previously. Next slide, please. This is the landscape plan. So the only other changes here really is kind of incorporating some more landscape between the 2 buildings. The northern property line, this and the prior iterations have gone through a lot of feedback, a lot of different comments from neighbors. Big comment is this is a residential block. It's really not. It's a mixed use block, kind of consistent throughout all of Ohio City, where Lorraine and Detroit streets hit residential areas. So we've planned tall trees that will give some separation. Immediately to the north of us, though, on 45th, where I'd say the bulk of the site is, that's a commercial use. That's a local tool rental place for the community. There was some slight comments last time, which were new, about putting a fence or an enclosure. The dumpster is in that up right corner in the middle, that white box. That will be for building 1 and building 3. Building 2 has a chute, which will go inside the building. Someone asked about fencing. I'm open to that. I think the landscaping will cover it. But we would probably then just fence the immediate enclosure right up against it, not at the property line, just to kind of give screening and still allow the landscaping to happen. But other than that, this is the same landscape plan. We go to the next. The lighting plan has essentially stayed the same. We added lighting along the back of building 1, where there will be residential apartments. And then on the front, really just carried the lighting plan down where the building was previously to remain. We can go to the next one. Again, the materials and colors that were approved previously. We could go to the next. And this is just a list of different things we've made along this process of different changes, all different types of setbacks, new building configurations, done a lot of different different things to kind of satisfy the needs of the community and the design reviews. But generally, that's what we have to present today.
All right, thank you. Then we will move on to local design review committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Historic Ohio City Design Review Advisory Committee on August 7th. The committee had a lot of discussion about the project, about impacts to the neighborhood, density, traffic, concerns on scale, egress, and matching the context. Also trash and snow removal plans and how shared bike, car traffic and parking would work out. Overall, there was, with all that discussion, they did recommend the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness with conditions for no vinyl use. The south face on building 3 be studied, the rain facing windows on building 2 be double hung, position of the stairwell in building 2 be internal to allow for the fenestration, and the north elevation of building 2 step down to 4 stories, and a consideration for the study of dumpster locations to reduce impact on the neighboring properties. The vote for that recommendation was 6-2.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for that summary. And landmark staff recommendations.
First, we have some public comment.
Yes, so we did receive 21 comments emailed to us beginning August 1st, and moving on. So some of those were able to be introduced in the Historic Ohio City Design Review Advisory Committee meeting, and others came in time for this meeting. You go to the next slide. So of those comments, there was support for growth of the residents and also local retail, appreciation for having density in that location. And then there was concerns on the traffic and congestion, pedestrian and bike safety, that it's already a dangerous intersection on 44th in that area. A lot of comments on the large buildings located in residential zoned areas higher than allowed by code, that it was out of scale at the neighborhood, questions on if that density is required with affordability of the units, vinyl material is not appropriate for the historic district, and that the new construction's impact to the environment was not adhering to the standards. Questions on, how the grounds are maintained, how the dumpsters are maintained, responsibility for ownership, wanting to see more family-friendly architecture in the 2 residential districts, since it's in essentially 3 different districts: Historic Ohio City, or the Ohio City Historic District, Residential 2-Family District, and then also Lorraine Avenue Commercial District. Comments for more transitional or setback going into the residential district, consistency for that historic district, a lack of parking for the market rate apartments that will presumably have cars, not wanting to see commercial buildings in the residential district. The appearance of design should fit with the size and impact of the building, and that some of the comments that were opposing the project did state that they would love to see appropriate development in size and design at the location. And that was all provided to the commission prior to this meeting for our process.
Excellent, thank you. Now landmark staff.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to note that this project will need site-specific rezoning, as did the last iteration of it. So there won't be any variances for the commission to decide whether or not they want to support. As you can see from the screen, this has gone through our design review process and has been seen by the local committee and this commission a number of times. So I just wanted to, since the project is so similar to what was previously approved with some, significant differences of losing the historic building, I did just want to read what was approved last time. And this was when this was case 23-093, October 26, 2023. The project was approved with the conditions that the siding material be hardy board or similar on the Lorraine facing facades of building 1 and 3, the south elevations. That's shown in this current proposed plan, that the windows on building 2 be double hung sash. Chad mentioned that he was willing to make that change.
That framing be added to the West 45th Street Building 1 entrances, that's shown in these drawings. That the east elevation masonry on Building 2 be extended to the same depth as the west elevation on Building 2, that's also shown in these drawings. That the street fronting windows on all buildings be fiberglass, aluminum clad wood or composite, and considerations that the color of the siding material be something other than gray, and that the rear of Building 2 be dropped down to 4 stories in the rear or the north end.
But that's not.
That's not shown. Those were those last, the color and the dropping down of to the 4 stories was a consideration, not a condition of the approval, but that is not shown in this, the proposal today.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that summary and reminder. Then we'll open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. We'd like to start us off. Anderson?
Well, I guess I'll start us off. Again, as with many similar projects in the past, the city has not incorporated the comments from the neighborhood into these projects. I mean, I read those letters. They were pretty consistent. The height is a real concern to these people. The typical way new construction is handled in a historic district is the portions of the building along the street are lower and then they step up in the back. But being that the residential area abuts that back, they are impacted by the 62-foot height, which is not in keeping with the zoning for that 2-family area. I mean, there are myriad other issues here, but again, there's been no, as I can see, no real substantial consideration for the desires of the neighborhood. You know, I realize that the city's embrace of density and these large buildings, that it's just in conflict with what the neighborhoods want. It's just in conflict with what the people want. I've seen this continually, and it's alarming to me. I don't like seeing this. I don't like seeing it continue to happen, and it upsets me, and I cannot support this kind of thing. I think first and foremost should be the constituents of these neighborhoods. They should always be incorporated into these decisions, and clearly they're not. You know, it's very frustrating, and you know, I think at some point there's going to be a reckoning. There hasn't been yet, but at some point I feel there might be. And those are my comments.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Are there questions and comments, Director?
Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to respectfully disagree with my colleague on the commission here. We hear quite often that people are struggling to find quality places to live in the city. This is a location that is right along one of our historic commercial corridors that has very good transit service. This is a wonderful neighborhood to live in. And so I think looking at the bigger picture, creating more opportunities for more people to live here is really a net positive for the city and for our neighborhoods. I do feel like there's a lot that responds to the context of both the main commercial street as well as the surrounding residential while acknowledging and respecting the comments that have come in. I haven't been here for all of the evolution of your design, but it does, I know you've gone through a lot of community process. Would like to provide an opportunity for you to speak to the recommendation or request from design review to step down on the north side and what that would mean in terms of the development, the number of units, et cetera, what your considerations are around that. But in general, we want more residences, especially along our high frequency transit corridors. And so I think that this transitions from the corridor to the residential area to the north relatively reasonably.
Thank you, Director. Other questions and comments from the commission? Would you like to respond to the director's questions before I move on about the step down?
Sure. Number one, nice to meet you. I haven't met you before, but yeah, this went through a long public process, starting from Ohio City Incorporated's ever-evolving public engagement process, from block club meetings, private meetings with neighbors in our office, inviting people who have had any negative comments to even personally meet one-on-one as a group setting, whatever satisfied them. We met at, I think it was Ohio City's. We have actually in one of our slides a whole list of all the different meetings, but it was their community meetings and back to the design reviews and back and forth. And we've had, I think, 3 different substantial variations of the building and the footprints and the shapes and the orientations to different properties. And a lot has evolved through that. And so kind of navigating all those different nuances and challenges with the site. It's an irregularly shaped site. We've heard feedback of, hey, can't we buy the gas station or the car dealership, but we can't make people sell things. And if they want to sell, it can't necessarily be a feasible cost that we can incur. And so unfortunately, we haven't had the perfect site, a perfect square site, so to speak. Working with city planning as well, some of their feedback was to step the front of the building back. And then eventually some of it was step the back of the building. And so finding a medium of really where is the context, because the building on Lorraine sits on Lorraine. The building, the back of building 2 is almost 40 feet from the property line. So it's not actually up on the property line. It's not right on someone's home. That building frankly abuts the rear of someone's garage and a commercial property. So it's not next to a house. It's not next to someone. I think an irony of this project is actually our building 41 West, which is a couple blocks down. We were in Whitney Anderson's kitchen, and one of the other, her husband was Sean Rooney. They voted in support of 41 West inside their own kitchen. And that project, we had asked to remove the 2 homes that are on the corner of Randall and Randall Court and Randall, and actually relocate them, demolish them, relocate them. The wishes of the neighbors, the wishes of the city was keep them right there and build a building right around it. And in that scenario, we're 10 feet from those homes. No one cared then. And I personally think that 10 feet from a house is close, but 40, 50 feet, 60 feet from homes is very normal. I live in a townhome that I built next to Clinton West. So I'm a person who lives next to 4+ stories of people's windows, and it's not bad. I've never seen someone looking in my window. I've never had that interaction. Never had another person at another property complain of it. And that's why, one of the big things we did in this presentation was also for the city planning presentation last time was show how many examples throughout the entire neighborhood. The city was zoned a 2-family zoning just I think in the 70s as a blanket zoning. It wasn't that. It's actually a residential district. It just went everywhere, all over commercial buildings. Single families became 2 multifamily homes. So it's kind of not a normal zoning situation of how it's classified, but really from the practical use of the neighborhood, the buildings, Lorraine's historical context, they've been big buildings all the way up and down to downtown. So we couldn't set it back. It just didn't make sense to really start to tighten it on both sides. But really the front was set back to try to accommodate those needs and desires before. So.
Mr. Dulick? Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just through the chair to staff, as I wasn't here on this body 2 years ago. Is the building massing at the north end of building 2 the same height as what was approved previously?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So we hate to do this, but we're getting kicked out of this room. So we want to obviously give more time for discussion, if needed on the project, because not everyone has had a chance to comment. So what we're gonna do is we're going to, if you don't mind, we're gonna pause the meeting here momentarily, and we can all transition to a conference room and then engage in the conversation to our motion after that. So with that, we're gonna just let everyone know online that we are gonna take a 5-minute, sort of intermission of the meeting to allow us to transition from one room to the other. So please stay online and we will be back with you momentarily.
My phone.
All right. Can everyone online hear us? Alan, can you respond, or Dr. Williams, or I thought so? Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you for confirming. We are
Yes, I
back.
hear you also. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So we are going to resume the conversation on this case. So we did hear a little bit of feedback from Pearson, and Director Mersman on other questions and comments from the commission. Mr. Doolittle too, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The only comment that I would have is, obviously we have had extensive conversation about this. I am still, I think it was one of my comments last time, and I'm still aligned with the neighborhood of stepping that rear down to 4 stories. But beyond that, I am in support of the revisions. Other questions and comments from the commission?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I mean, this is, as you mentioned, this has gone through a lot of change over the years since we first saw this, from one sort of extruded mess of a building to now 3 separate buildings. And I think each iteration, the project has gotten better and more refined. I still have, so I do have a couple of just some things that are still challenging to me from sort of the previous iterations too, is the parking. I live in the neighborhood too, and parking is always something that is a hot topic and is an issue and is a challenge. And I appreciate the city's perspective and the planning commission's perspective of sort of the aspiration to be more transit oriented, and utilize public transit and other means outside of just having everyone driving cars. And in many instances you have multiple cars per unit because you have 2 adults who are driving and whatnot. So there's the reality of the situation too. And I think, to me, many of the challenges with these sort of larger scale projects is that parking component. And it looks like, and I guess if you can help me understand from the previous design to this design, the unit to parking ratio, how has that changed?
So the previous parking had 48 spots that were mostly in building 1 in the back, building 2 in the middle, and then on the bottom of building 3. The current plan has 57 total now. What we did was there was 29 inside of the second building. So something that really is not commonly seen in Cleveland is parking lifts. And so there's automated lifts, there's a litany of different types. We haven't finalized the unit that we're gonna use, but there's a lot of options. So what we're doing there is adding 18 spaces will have the lifts. And so that will give us that many more parking spaces. So our parking ratio increases. So for the better, with the change that we've made. Also, to the type of units and the people that live in these units commonly, we're going more towards studios, 1 bedrooms. So we're often no cars, rarely 2 cars. You most of the time generally would have 1 person. You do have couples every now and then.
Right.
But one of the other big parts too is by utilizing more space outside, we feel we'll be able to increase our bike parking from 66 spaces to 97. So having that green space outdoor, there were some concerns about security. How are people going to secure their car or their bikes? We haven't fully thought through if we're going to put like a bike box that's secured and access controlled into it.
Right.
But certainly we don't like the crime. We don't want crime out on any of our properties. I live in the neighborhood too. Work down the street from this building, and it's something that overall with the project and the property, we want cameras up. We want to have eyes on the street, more awareness than what's going on there now. Obviously, the building got burned. There's already neighbors there, and frankly, we had vandalism going on, and we had the police got people arrested dealing with that. So that's not good. But the parking, I feel, is adequate for the unit types. And honestly, as much as every resident and homeowner feels entitled to street parking, it's a public parking. And if you look at that street on a normal basis, it's been going on for several years now. I've yet to see it ever filled. Forest City Brewery brings in some people definitely on a Friday. It's definitely gonna be busier on a Friday, Saturday with the district's traffic, which is a good thing. But across the street above Sherwin-Williams, over 100 new jobs were put into that building. So those are kind of the people that I see, were priced in at a point that honestly our buildings have been the lowest new construction, buildings put up that haven't had any subsidies from the government. So we've really been able to build it smart and sell it right. And so I think that the people who work right there, the restaurant workers, the workers in the businesses up and down Lorraine can be the ones who live there. Our office is at 3500 Lorraine, right at Fulton and Lorraine. That's a full office building. A lot of people drive to work. There are people who could walk easily. So it's something that we've seen with 41 West. Their parking ratio is very similar to this project's. I think less for the worse, so to speak, there than here. But we've really had no nuances. Honestly, sometimes when there's car break-ins, that's when people are like, hey, I want indoor parking. Not for the need of parking, but for the security of parking. Right. So.
Thank you. One of the other, and I do also want to recognize some of the public comment, some of the commentary around maintenance and maintaining, the other properties that you have and the responsiveness, some of the challenges with responsiveness. And again, I'm only reading, one side of comments, but I would expect and hope that those concerns are allayed, and especially as this building does come online, that there is that commitment to the residents and to the neighbors around it to have ability to be able to reach out to management with your company and get sort of responses within a reasonable amount of time too. And again, I'm only reading
I'd love to talk to
commentary,
that.
so
I responded in about 20 minutes to the lady who told me there was a mattress outside 41 West. I can't control what people do. I take pride in all of our properties. I would challenge anyone to find some complaints that are legitimate, properties that are poorly maintained. I live next to the buildings. Herbert Hill is something that to me is like basic 101 of managing a property and owning a property. We are the owners and managers, so we don't source it out to someone else and let them deal with it and blame them. Nothing's perfect though, at all points in time. We manage our buildings every day, so we're there. But if overnight someone puts a box spring out and a mattress, it's against their lease. We can't hold them and make them not do it. They do it, then we find them, then we remove the trash. If for some reason somebody goes into a dumpster and throws trash out overnight, we can't prevent that, but we certainly pick it up. We frankly sweep beyond our properties on the sidewalks. We'll sweep into, like the other day, there was inside 41 West, there was a pile of cigarettes. Someone must have dumped their bucket in the car or something. And I asked our cleaners, and said, hey, it's in the street, but can we go get that? Can we go all the way down? Because I find that even with graffiti situations too, not just trash. If our neighbor has graffiti on it and they don't do something, it's gonna spread to us. And so we'll actually take the effort of cleaning it, take care of it, bug the neighbor to be responsible, but we don't want that to spread and we don't want those type of nuisances. So honestly, keeping up on properties is a never ending task. I wake up to floods 5 stories the other day. I had buildings broken into the same day. So every day is a different challenge, but our honesty is there, and being able to reach us is like the neighbor. There was one neighbor on this is kind of a funny thing, interesting and unfortunate too. So this lady posted on Ohio City Facebook, she couldn't get hold of us, and I saw this, and then Whitney Anderson and another former tenant who was honestly we didn't renew her lease because she wasn't a good fit for the community. They posted a picture of my home online. It's not my name. It's not anything tied to me directly. So they felt comfortable, Whitney included, posting that's Chad's house. That's his car. That's his wife's car. I have 2 little girls. Don't really care to have people randomly showing up at my house. My office is in a public place they could come to. They could find us. But from that message was where I heard that they can't get a hold of us. I know her landlord, she lives next door. So I reached out to him and said, can you give her my number and have her call me if she needs something? And that's where, like I said, she's got my direct contact. If there's a truck blocking it, if there's a trash, anything, she would tell you right now herself, Holly Bowen was the one her name was, that I instantly responded to. I think I'm pretty reasonable time, so.
I appreciate hearing
Yeah.
the other side of that too, and again, the expectation is that commitment continues to be out there, you know, forward. A couple other points. The first is I don't believe I was on the commission when this was approved previously, but I also feel similar to the chair in that I do think that the rear of the north end of the building be stepped down. However, you know, I understand that was approved in the previous. So I would still compel or ask or request strongly that be studied and the adjustment made. But again, I think it depends on how this body votes. So that's my opinion on that. And then the third is, or the last comment is sort of in alignment with the local review committee with regard to the vinyl siding on building 2. There's really there's only one facade that's really, or maybe two facades that are sort of not public facing, and that's sort of the north and sort of northwest side. The east side of the building, where the gas station is, I mean, that's completely visible to the street. So I would like to see the vinyl siding be changed to hardy or some other material that's not vinyl. Because I think again, it is so visible, and having that level of materiality along that full facade, I think makes a lot of sense in this particular case. So those are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Other questions and comments from the commission? Not seeing any, so I'd like to put forward a motion.
Dan, can we see the advisory? Or actually, before you look, to your point, you're talking about building 2?
Yeah,
right?
the
So can you point out where the brick facing ends and where the vinyl siding would be? Right there. And then everything to the north is siding?
Correct, yes. Yeah, the top portion as well as basically kind of right under that 44th. There might be
Is
another,
that the line there?
there might be another
Yeah, there's a side
material
elevation
side of
that
it.
might be. So it's right between.
The elevations work.
And-
Almost happened.
And that was originally the brick only came to like where that front balcony was right there. So we went and doubled the brick. And just as context, the materials, 41 West is the same where it sets back kind of past the main facade. Then even our townhouses, we did build the vinyl for townhouses. Those are all on the backside vinyl. From a affordability, I wish I could put all brick, honestly, or stone even. I thought the comments about sandstone and limestone were interesting earlier. But this is a material that from the street, from someone's uneducated, not uneducated, but unknowing perspective, you will look at it and you will look up and you'll see siding. You can't see it. Like my office, I can actually out my window, I can see the east side of 41 West, and I have no idea what it is other than siding, and I built it. You know, so it's I understand that. I just think that where we've placed those materials are honestly pretty conservative, and bringing the brick back was a big step. Yeah, too.
And just for clarity, how much of the elevation is covered by the building 3?
Good point too. I would probably say like from this perspective, where that last car is on the right, kind of straight up, that'd be, so you're really, I'm talking about that stretch in the middle right there. That's you're standing at the sidewalk on 44th, looking straight at it, yeah. And really, and then again too, you have the gas station buildings. The store as well as part of that roof facade.
Yes, I think that's all. All right, then we will go back to, someone like to the floor in motion.
Can you show the advisory?
The original. Yes.
Thank you.
And these comments honestly were consistent with the original approval and Landmark's decision on the materials afterwards as well. The one, like I mentioned, I didn't catch the double hung, but that's not a big deal to us, obviously.
What does south facing of building 3 be studied?
The south facing building 3 is the one that is along 44th. But they were talking about, cause that's all,
The gas station.
yeah, that's all cement, siding on that. And then I think on the western side of it, which is between 2 and 3, the little small section is, basically to the left. Between the two buildings, you don't see it.
Yeah, I think that at the local committee, there was some discussion about this elevation, about how, it should be feel like more of a front, even though it's the back of the building, you're gonna see it through the gas station, so it should have more presence on the street, I think was what that comment was directed towards.
Okay, I will make a stab at putting forward a motion. I move to approve and issue a certificate of appropriateness with the condition that vinyl siding where proposed matches the profile of the cement siding used elsewhere. And the requirement that the Lorraine facing windows on building 2 be double hung. And that the windows on the stairwell on the west side are adjusted as discussed with the design review. And the recommendation that you take a look on the north, that you take a look, another look at the north elevation of building 2 to assess and coordinate with staff on the impact of stepping down on the side to respond to the resident concerns.
So we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Thank you, Mr. Pugh. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I do feel strongly about the moving from vinyl to cementitious material, at least on the 4 or 5 story portion of the west facade. That's not currently brick, that's currently colored as vinyl siding. The vinyl siding at the very top, sort of that band, I'd be willing to compromise on. But I do feel strongly that the portion from the brick to the sort of rear wall be the hardy material or cementitious material.
Do you want to incorporate that into your motion or? You're gonna give me recommendations for
I feel strongly that it should be a condition.
Can the applicant reply to that as a condition?
if you're open to it.
I would prefer to keep it as approved, or as it was approved previously. I do understand, and I guess as we get through into cost analysis with the project, if there's room to improve the quality of materials, I'm open to it. But right now, just like I said, we already doubled up the brick on that whole wall, and so it's that alone is a huge cost increase.
And I would just say for if, we had to prioritize stepping down the building on the residential side or upgrading the extra material, like that's gonna be part of, I'm assuming, your requirement. So if, I would ask you to think about that, which one is the priority of your mission.
be a recommendation so they can be balanced together.
I hate to interrupt this great speaking, but we have to move. No, I'm just kidding. The speaker or the microphone is up there, so if you guys, especially in the back of the room, can speak loudly. The people online would appreciate it. Sorry.
So Mr. Lozier, will you, are you open to having that as a recommendation versus a requirement? And then it's really up to Director Mercer to decide how she adds it to her.
If I can peer into my crystal ball, I highly expect that the height will not be reduced at the rear. That seems to be probably from a cost benefit analysis, doesn't seem to be, I wouldn't expect that would be something that would be feasible from your perspective. So I would expect that if I would be amenable if that moved down to 4 stories to concede on the vinyl. However, if the reduction doesn't happen in the north, I would feel strongly that that the remaining portion on the west facade or east facade be I don't know how that works into it.
So it would probably be like a condition that either the north elevation of building 2 be reduced to 4 stories or the east elevation of building 2 be all hardy and no vinyl on the first 4 floors. Is that essentially it? Like condition, either or condition?
If I may say something too, one other thing, quality long-term, we're not sellers, we're not the builders. A lot of the buildings you've seen go up have been sold already, and we don't really do that. One of the other things too, I think it's crazy that people use it, but if we wanted to cost, which I think hurts the durability in the long term, is people use split brick, basically like a tile brick.
Yeah.
I could do that, and then I could go hardy, but the benefit I think of the real brick and long term and not popping off. I'd rather maintain the integrity wear, and I know vinyl is not the most expensive material, but it does last a long time, requiring no painting, really minimal if any caulking. So from a maintenance perspective, I like it a lot. I've got hardy buildings and houses that have caulking and painting. It's just where vinyl is, it's good. And if you can't touch it, it's not like where you. I think the materials to me that are important are what you touch and what you feel and what you can like visually identify. So I would prefer to keep it as it is, but I understand the board's position.
Okay, I would like to move forward with the motion as originally proposed, and we can make any motion.
We have a first and a second, so it's a approval of a certificate of appropriateness with the condition that I can't read my own writing, there were just a lot of words. That the building, that the
2 conditions are the double hung windows on the south side
on the
facing
south side
grade
of
and the
building 2.
adjustments to the.
And that the vinyl, that's the word that I was having trouble with, where proposed matches the hardy and dimension and then still the recommendation on 4th. Okay.
So then, any further discussion?
Ms. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Dreyer?
No.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier?
No. No.
Director Mersman?
Yes.
Mr. Trasick? Is he no longer with us? Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Trapp?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 4-3.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. That concludes our certificates of appropriateness. Del, go ahead and schematic
On the
design
schematic
reviews.
design, yeah.
Thank you for your understanding of the relocation.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Lost the roof. And the Ohio City, yes, we removed the. What's that? We removed the, we postponed. Okay. I get that.
Is this fan helping at all? A little bit. Is that helping at all?
Morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, yes. Please announce yourself and tell us about your project.
Sure. So my name is Ryan Arth, and our project is at the corner of West Boulevard and Clifton Boulevard. And are you want me advancing?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So here is a map of the location. The site had a home on it as recent as 2002. It is two parcels that are cut into triangles there. So the home was raised somewhere post 2002, but has been vacant for quite some time. The existing driveway and the former walkways are still there. You can move forward. So this site was actually approved for 6 townhomes in 2002, but due to rising interest rates and construction costs, it was tabled. And so we're coming back with a shrunk down design that is a lower price point now, in order to try to put more housing into that area that is more attainable. So here are current views from Clifton and West Boulevard. This is basically the site. So there is an existing driveway off West Boulevard that the neighbor to the south uses, so that it has to remain. And we're looking to expand and redo that driveway in order to service 6 units, basically 3 on each existing lot. So it's somewhat of just a horizontal triplex is the idea, effectively, if you could advance. Thank you. So each unit would have 2 garage spaces, and then there are 3 guest spaces on the site as well to keep people off of putting more burden on the existing streets there. Go ahead, please. So this site plan just shows utility connections, and it shows the driveway and the walkways that would be demolished. Next slide, please. This is a site plan for what we were looking to do. It is 3 townhomes that face West Boulevard and 3 that face to the west. If you notice the house directly to the west, there is a wall of arborvitaes built there that provides screening. So pulling off West Boulevard, you have 3 guest parking spaces there, and then you have the garages for each of the units backing up to each other. And all setbacks are to zoning. We do not need any variances for that. The only thing that we would need is the conditional use for townhomes in the residential district. Next slide, please. So these are the floor plans, very standard townhome. Common room on the first floor that could be an office where you enter. 2-car garage there, and then the first floor has the kitchen, dining room, and the living room, powder room or half bath there. And then the upper floor has the 2 bedrooms and 2 full baths up there. These are all 2-bed, 2.5 baths, about 1,400 square feet every unit. And they have front porches there, you can see in the lower right. Next slide, please. So these are the elevations. The top 2 are what would face Clifton Boulevard. The brick bump outs that are basically the entry door for every unit would wrap around to Clifton to give it more of a face on Clifton. And we made all of the windows symmetrical in order to give it more of a house feel. And also used cross gables to have gables on Clifton and West Boulevard. The lower left is the view from West Boulevard. So you have the Munsons in all of the windows and the brick bump outs for the entryways in order to give it a little bit traditional look. And then the lower right is the rear of those same 3 units. Next slide, please. This is the top here is basically the entry driveway. So this is what people would pull in and drive past to get to their garages. And then the lower right is the western facing units. So the lower left edge of that would be the Clifton edge, and this would be what would face the neighbor to the west. Next slide, please. It's a landscaping plan that kind of up in the corner there. So there are two large trees along Clifton, basically one lined up with each building right now. Both are semi-dead or dead, broken off. They have to be removed. We're planning to replace those trees and then also put a large landscape screening area where the driveway heads towards Clifton in order to shield the garages and the concrete in the parking area from the view from Clifton. And then each unit will have landscape beds right at the edge of its porch where they would approach the grass. Next slide, please. So these are the conceptual renderings of what we designed. A little bit of shadowing, which makes it look very uniform, but the center unit would be a slightly darker tone than the units on either edge to just break them up a little bit. But there are brick bump outs there, a small porch roof over each door. There's a patio right in front of it, which you cannot see from these angles. But the top right is looking at from the corner of Clifton and West Boulevard. There's a bus stop right in the lower right that's not included there. And then the top left is basically looking up the driveway from West Boulevard. Next slide, please. So these are the materials. There's the thin brick in the top left, lighter color, and then siding lower left, and the one in the upper center would be the units. The one in the upper center that's a little bit darker would be the center unit, and the two on either side would be a little lighter. The windows have sandstone, so they match, but are not stark like a black or something would be, and then the roof shingles are down there. Next slide, please. And so this is an alternate plan based on our conversation with Design Review. They wanted something a little bit more prominent addressing Clifton Boulevard. So what we did is we took the front door of the most northern units and we turned it around the corner onto Clifton, but still in that brick bump out. And while it does diminish the West Boulevard elevation a bit, I don't feel like it's terrible for what you give the Clifton Boulevard side to make it look more like the front of two houses as opposed to the side of something. So that is an alternate. And that's the end of my presentation. So comments I have the Design Review notes and so on. So.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. We will move on to the Design Review Advisory recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed schematically by the Historic West Cleveland Design Review Advisory Committee on July 16th and then returned again on August 6th. Comments that were received noted that the configuration didn't celebrate the corner, should celebrate the character of both West Boulevard and Clifton Boulevard, as they're both significant streets in the neighborhood, and that elements could be added on to make the Clifton side look more front facing, or the massing could be more appropriate if it wrapped the corner in like an L shape, or just kind of incorporating that corner fully. And they wanted to celebrate the district, celebrate the elements in the district, such as large porches, depth. And when it returned and had the revised drawings, they still had suggestions that covered porches would fit the neighborhood on the Clifton and West Boulevard sides. The buildings could be connected, if not turned to have that L shape and hug the corner, to have visual infill for that, so it's not a driveway that's ending. There's concern on how close the 5 and 6 units are to that neighbor's home, where they just straight look at the screening that's there already. Warmer colors over pure white, or like a dark tone might fit the neighborhood better with those earthy tones. And again, that just continuing that, wanting to have that prominence on the corner, either as one large building, 2 separate homes, but really having an attractive corner for people waiting at West Boulevard at that light, with people waiting on Clifton Boulevard, and preferably not using vinyl siding, having armored homes that are in the area, as well as for landscaping, the introduction or reintroduction of oak trees like pin oaks or white oaks to have shade. And just noting that the sides, even with the turn of the one unit, the sides still felt like sides of the building. And so they could, as stated, use architectural elements to dress up the facade to help accentuate that Clifton facade. So committee's still looking at, waiting for it to finalize those details and return.
Thank you. We'll then move on to landmark staff recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff felt that local made a lot of good points, especially about addressing that corner, treating Clifton like a primary facade, the importance of porches on both West Boulevard and Clifton and that whole neighborhood, not just the porch, but that porch roof, that extension coming out to kind of greet the neighborhood. Yeah, there are still other city reviews that this needs to go to. A lot of those haven't been able to be done or looked at yet because we don't have the measured site plan. We do have Ms. Shannon Leonard, our Chief Zoning Administrator, on the call. I don't know, Shannon, if you want to chime in about some of the townhome code issues, or if you want to just field any questions the commission has regarding zoning.
Yeah, good. Well, it's good afternoon now. I apologize. Shannon Leonard, Chief Zoning Administrator. So the Townhouse Code was revised at the behest of City Council and the City Planning Commission back in 2023, which addresses a lot of that interior frontage comments that you were hearing from the design review bodies and the staff. And so I did do a preliminary review because this does need a conditional use from City Planning Commission because the site plan has changed since the last time that they received the conditional use. And under the new code revisions, they do, there was a lot of missing information, so I was unable to really ascertain some information, but the other issues is they would need variances if they left the site plan as is of today. So I'm more than happy to, forward the zoning review on that, but there is a lot of missing information from the application. Ideally, they would, the interior frontages, it's not known on the site plan how far they are off the property line. And so under the RA1 code, which is based on the setbacks in the corner, they would need to either put those as muse units so that the doors would front the auto court, or ideally they would, for unit, I believe 4 and 5 that are fronting Clifton, those would have, they would front on Clifton, and then the other row would face the homes behind it would front West Boulevard, and then they would have the man doors located so they would meet the code requirements as it relates to the interior frontage to the west. Other than that, there wasn't much information for us to pull in terms of glazing. Also, the height at grade wasn't available. So I wasn't able to complete the full review, but I did, under this code, the primary frontage would be considered Clifton, and so they should articulate the design and site plan based on that information. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then we'll open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments.
I have some comments and then a question for the applicant. And maybe if it's okay, can I start with the question? Sure. So there has been conversation about the site, wrapping around. Can you just speak a little bit to why you don't have a unit in the middle on Clifton?
If you put a unit in the middle, these units are effectively 33 feet deep, 20 feet wide. So if you took that 20-foot driveway and you stuck a unit in there, it came back 33 feet, it would block the garages for the 2 units that are closest to Clifton right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then it would also encroach about halfway into the next 2 units as well.
So there's simply not space.
Yes. So yeah, you would lose the garage for 4 units by adding it on.
And I think I appreciate the historical background of the triangular lots and there being 2 building structures in this area. I wanted to go first because I have some design thoughts that I know my more experienced architect colleagues can refine on. I think that this site plan can be workable with establishing a stronger frontage on Clifton. And I wonder about wrapping the entire, like taking the brick and wrapping that all the way around the front on Clifton. There's been conversation about porch length and depth, and I don't know if you've thought about connecting porches across both frontages or like a wraparound porch. I understand if you don't want to add another door on the units that face Clifton as well, but wrapping the porch around, giving the porch some roof in that area too, I think makes that feel more like it is fronting the street. And I also wonder, I like the idea of landscape screening the auto court and making it not look like a driveway that's opening right up onto Clifton. I think a nice detail might be a pedestrian path up to the porches that are facing Clifton, and you could have stairs and go around the side of the building to get into the door, but that also contributes to that fronting street feel with just some design tweaks.
Okay. So, like a sidewalk that goes down to Clifton would go up to that porch area straight for both of those buildings. And then potentially taking the brick and dragging it all the way across the front and then putting a porch roof out from that.
Those are some ideas that I think would really contribute to those facades feeling like the front of the building without you having to work your internal floor plan or your site plan. I also, on the West Boulevard frontage, the windows are wider. I wonder if it's possible to add wider windows on the Clifton face as well. And I think all of those things in sum really will give it that Clifton facing presence without requiring a bunch of site reworking.
I would agree with that. I think the Clifton elevation is improved by rotating the doors, but it still is not strong enough. You've taken the scale and the massing. I like how you've done that with the cross gable, and you fronted the gable on Clifton to relate to the overall context. But I think we need to continue the architectural language across those and make it the front of those units, and architecturally the front of those units, so that it has a stronger expression and connection to the area. Right now feels, even with rotating, it feels like it's the side of the building that's facing, and it is such a prominent street. It's probably more prominent and has more traffic than West Boulevard.
Right. The other 3 houses on the corners of that intersection all face West Boulevard. 2 of the 3 have a secondary entrance on Clifton in order to give it some presence. The 4th does not. And then if you drive up just a little bit, 104th, the house on the corner of 104th and Clifton on the south side, our side, has a corner porch that has 2 gables to look like it's on both. And then the one across from it, across 104th to the west, it literally faces the side street, doesn't face Clifton at all. Everything else on Clifton obviously is on Clifton, does face Clifton, I understand that.
And I don't think it is my personal opinion is it's not as important for the door location as is the architectural language and expression, because each one of those buildings that you reference, you can't really tell which way the doors show or is facing, because the architectural expression is as strong on the side as it is on the front where the door is. And the porches, as you just mentioned, help connect that architectural language across the corner so that it's reverent to both streets, not just one. And the one that doesn't have the front door has a large masonry wall that surrounds it that is at the corner of Clifton. That because it's set back so far, and that's how that parcel addresses the street. But I do think the expressions, taking your architectural expression around and having the Clifton Boulevard elevations have a stronger statement on Clifton is what is needed to make this more successful.
Fair enough.
Mr. Hewitt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I concur with all the commissioners' comments, and there's a lot of different tricks you can try, and I like the 3 thing because it's sort of a classic architectural move, but it really biases the present so heavily toward West Boulevard. I think it's the proportions of the gable. I think as long as you have that lower pitched roof, which is traditionally a side, you might consider flipping that gable or doubling the gable or getting it on both sides. I think it's a proportion game. And I think if you had this kind of classic townhome proportions somehow expressing itself as a full height architectural presence onto Clifton, at least at the corner. Although I think it could do some of the same things here. I almost feel like it would be better if this had that kind of treatment, and maybe there's yet another way to think about that one. So that is clearly like the front of that house, within the very affordable format. Yeah, I don't know what that is yet. Maybe the gable turns this way, as Dan is saying, and then you have the the steeper pitch that gives you that classic house look that says this is my front. And get the door. I think getting the door around the corner starts to get there. I think you're partway there already with your alternatives.
Do the last slide.
Didn't forget about you.
No, so I am sort of exactly in line with Mr. Doolin, what he described. And he sort of still took the words out of my mouth in a way, where I think what would be great is if these 2 structures weren't twins, but if they felt like they were sisters or related in some way, so that the treatments are a little bit different, because again, each house along Clifton has its own sort of unique character. They don't have to be so stark from one another, but maybe there's the language is all there that keeps them sort of consistent. But they're not sort of exact copies of one another.
Fair.
And I think that, just as an exercise too, what might be helpful for some inspiration purposes is just take a look at some of the houses that do sort of line Clifton. What are some of the architectural character that make those houses kind of interesting and unique? And how may that be applied in certain ways to sort of the frontal, the front facades of these 2 structures? Overall, I think it's to me from the West Boulevard side, pretty nice. I think it's just some tweaks and consideration of that. Facades, Clifton facades would go a long way to help that.
Obviously, looking at it directly onto the corner here, the symmetry of the brick on that corner was what I was trying to keep. But obviously, to make the West Boulevard elevation itself and look straight on more impactful, I can get away with that.
They don't have to match. That's uniqueness, right? Is the Clifton, the houses don't match, and each one is unique, as Mr. Loger said, and play off of that, because your proportion of the overall massing in Clifton is probably very similar to the massing along Clifton. So just you bringing that expression to these 2 buildings and let them maybe have their style.
That is something I had not considered.
Any other questions or comments from Sanderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In concurrence with my fellow commissioners on comments, I think as far as the porches, maybe a little more strength to the porches, like maybe a shed roof or pitched roof or something that'll say porch as opposed to just landing. And I would like to see a warmer color palette. I'm glad we're not looking at gray or stark white or anything. I appreciate the more toned down colors, but maybe like a buff brick. And, you know, maybe introducing some color into those grays, like, you know, a little bit of a green or you know, something warmer or a little bit of color. Introducing it, again, a muted color and not a muddy color. Something, a pleasant color, reminiscent of other homes on that street.
So just to clarify, when you were talking about your shed roof on the porch or whatnot, you're talking about on both sides?
Yes.
Okay. My concern with adding porch roofs on the West Boulevard side is that I would probably have to lose the brick bump outs to have a flush face to have it come off of, so it didn't look too busy and have a step porch roof going around it. So that was a concern, but so we can go that direction. We can lose the brick bump outs and try to see how that looks. That's an option as well.
Yeah, or even a shed roof, which would just say porch as opposed to landing.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't have to be anything real fancy, although, you know, there might be some, I mean, there's some interesting things that people do with the porches in that neighborhood, so it might be worth studying that.
That goes without saying, or it maybe has to be said, because I can't remember at this point if we talked about the exterior siding and so forth. We do not allow vinyl siding in landmark districts. We do, knowing the impact of that, we do make exceptions for the rear or sides of a building, but not front facing elevations towards the street. So that would be applicable to the West Boulevard and the Clifton Boulevard elevations. And we do not allow vinyl windows for that same, but do allow exceptions for certain areas for side or rear facing elevations there too. So it wasn't said, I'm sorry, I wasn't track of what materials you said it was, but just so that we're all clear.
Okay, so that would be obviously the direct Clifton and West Boulevard sides. The driveway as it pulls in, you could have two different materials that come together there that would be visible from West Boulevard as well to some degree. But then the people who face the west, the front face of their entire unit could be something different. So
We do ask to try to align the proportions of the unit as you make material changes. So
like 6 inch,
similar,
6 inch.
to what we referenced in the last project, the hardy board and the vinyl are the same proportions.
Fair enough.
I can just make one more, just an observation or recommendation. So sometimes it's helpful in sort of the next level of presentation. If you do include some of the alternate studies that got you to where you ultimately end up, it helps us I think it helps with some of the conversation about shed roof versus flat roof versus others. And I mean, some applicants do sort of include that, some applicants don't. It's up to your discretion, of course, but sometimes it does help us understand what your process is and what you've gone through to get from, you know, what we're seeing today to what you're going to present in your next presentation. So.
Okay.
Well, brings us along the journey, so we're not asking, we can see what you've already explored.
Sure, understood.
All right, knowing that this is a schematic design review, we are not voting. Do you feel like you received enough feedback from the commission to continue the development of your project?
Yes.
All right, well then, thank you for the presentation and we look forward to seeing you back here in the near future.
Perfect. Thank you all for your feedback.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
You too. So that concludes our schematic plan reviews. We do have 4 meeting minutes that were circulated for approval. Unless someone has comments on the meeting minutes, I would like to forward a motion.
I have a comment. It's the April 10th. It's the one with the sign on West 25th. I think it was 1859 West 25th. I probably failed to tell you that I wanted to recuse myself because it just says that I didn't vote, but I actually
Okay.
And I probably didn't.
Right. Yeah, we can make that correction. All right, thank you.
Any other comments, or would someone like to make a motion for approval with that one revision to the April 10th minutes?
This is Alan. I'll make the motion to approve with the correction.
It's like God over the shoulder.
Wow.
Thank you, Ellen. We have a motion. Do you have a second? Mr. Russington, decide who you write down.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dyer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick,
Sure.
Mr. Lusher,
Yes.
Director Merschman,
Yes.
Dr. Williams. She had to step away, and Ms. Carr.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and with that, we, administrative report?
Administrative reports, sorry. So the National Alliance for Preservation, Commission's, conference is coming up next week. It's a virtual one, so a few of you had asked to be signed up, so, hopefully you'll be getting that login info, or I'll be sending it out to you next week. Otherwise, we did have 4 reappointments by the mayor's office, so Michelle Anderson, Robert Strickland, Raymond Trossick Jr., and Julie Trott, our chairwoman, have been appointed to 4-year terms ending August 1st, 2029. So congratulations. And that is all.
All right, and now we are adjourned.
Thank you. So.